Welcome to a new wave of thinking. You're here with Akshita Veda L and El Yagar. It's we the people of the Empire of Nubia. Get ready to open your mind, sit back and unwind to take in the discussion, to prepare us to win. We are sovereign, we are law. We coming with concepts here that are fundamental building blocks, focusing on principles, thoughts, and beliefs. We're here to shake you up, to wake you up. Islamism. The masses are suffering with temporary mental illness of cognitive dissonance. Open up your mind. We are speaking from experience, various perceptions, while we maintain effective communication in the lines of respect. Our thoughts become connected through human cognition, which is the process of acquiring new information and understanding based on personal experience and relatable topics of discussion. We are the currency of the know, knowledge, wisdom through love, bringing peace, justice, and truth as we gain freedom in the mind. Open up your mind. Freedom of the mind. It's divine. To be one in unity, togetherness, you and me, we become we, and we are the change that we want to see. It is our time now, so come and get ready as we bring a new wave of thinking. It's a new wave of thinking. New wave of thinking. Welcome.
Islamism.
Reading.
How are you, Star?
I'm well. How are you? There's a lot of feedback already.
Oh, wow. Okay, and it's not coming. Am I feeding back? You know why? Probably because I see that you're watching it at the same time. It's from someplace else.
I muted it. Let's see. Okay, I cut it off.
Okay, I got a double thing going here. Islamism. We live on YouTube. We have the Facebook, not Facebook, the StreamYard going, new wave of thinking. And so we live on YouTube. I'm live on Facebook because we had the accounts attached, but they discontinued that on me for some, and I got to go back in there and fix that. And so, peace and love. I haven't been on the book in a while because I've been handling business. We've been handling business. Star Christina L. Christina Akshita Veda. If you don't know her, you need to know her. If you're a young woman out there and you're trying to do something with your life, you need to know her and get with her program. And because listen, none of these programs are ours. We're not really doing anything other than what our ancestors left us, we're exercising all of those rights. And we've been had time to do this, but like a lot of confusion within the communities and stuff. And us not, some people coming in, like I'm coming in late. A lot of stuff was done. So mad credit to those who was doing in the 70s and 80s, 90s, and the early 2000s while the rest of us was out here acting like fools. Mad props out to those who was getting it in and setting up. So I can be here today. But in saying that, that doesn't mean that you were organized correctly. It doesn't mean you facilitated correctly. It doesn't mean the work was done correctly. And some of you are humble enough to admit it, as sheiks in the Moorish Science Temple in particular. Some of you are humble enough to admit it, and I love you for that. Because, and then like, I'm gonna throw his name, Brother Jelani Bey. He said, well, brother, if that's what you think, you are more, go get it done. Stop, don't sit around talking to him about it, go get it done. So it became imperative that I go get it done. and so in saying that I'm gonna say this without side star Christina. And to say right arm is to like diminish even the work that she does. So I without side star Christina, we wouldn't be as far as we have gotten, have any type of recognition for anybody who recognizes us and see what we're doing. It wouldn't get done. And the proof is in the pudding. And so, see, I can't have my stamp on everything. It has to be a shared thing. So she came in, she put her stamp on. So yeah, I'm backing her stamp and what she put on it, and she's been backing my stamp and what I put on it. And now in the future, you will see where we have joined on, we're joining with, in the proper manner, another Moorish Science Temple. And when they come in, for what that brother runs, I'm going to step to the side and let him run. You know why? Our subject tonight, a piece of the American pie, what a trust is, how it operates, and how it works. And so I'm going to yield the floor to Side Star Christina and allow her to speak for the opening and say something. And then we'll hear some music. We're going to hear some music. And then we will jump right back into the business of the evening. So I'm yielding the floor. Side Star Christina, please.
Thank you. And yes, I'm with you on that. Being grateful for those who have come before us, who paved the way for us to find this way, and by doing the work and being steadfast in it, um, that we can carry on the torch, to keep it moving forward. And so we wouldn't be here without the forerunners. And of every generation, there's a forerunner, a group of forerunners that go ahead of everybody to lead the way. And so, honor to those who have come, those who are uh, on the way, and so forth. So, yes, this week we're episode 20. We're 20 episodes in, and so at the beginning of everything, you don't see where it's going, where you'll end up um, when you're taking the path. But to trust the journey in the process is the key to getting where you're going. And so we're here. We are the Empire of Nubia, and we are bringing a new wave of thinking. And this is what we're doing. And so thank you, Sunstar, Elia, Garb, for being you and for having the heart and the passion that you have to meet me here, for me to meet you here. And so I was thinking about it earlier today. I was like, oh my goodness, it's been about a year, over a year now, that it has been over a year since we have come into communication. And I was like, how did we even get here? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't see this when we first started, when we first came into communication. I didn't see any of this, and not that, I'm grateful that this is what it turned out to be. It just makes sense, you know, and we've joined in a collective mindset to take the initiative forward. The people that start with you, not always the people that's going to finish with you. And so years of work and dedicated to the movement of we the people, even before the Empire of Nubia was established, on both our parts. So I'm just grateful to be here. And I'm excited about claiming our piece of the pie. And so we were discussing earlier, because I was like, let's make that the, peace instead of peace. And so I was like, hold on, wait a minute. The pie is in the piece. So we're here to announce that we're here and who we are and what we're here for. And in order to understand that and to continue to move forward, we must operate as a nation of people. And within a nation, you must have an ecosystem, an economics system. And so that economic system is what Sunstar Elia wants to bring to the light tonight. And so let's be delighted in your words towards encouragement and where we're going, and where you see us in the future if we continue to stay on course. So I yield the floor, and welcome to all that come now or later. We just ask that you be sweet about it. That's all. I yield the floor.
Yes, please like, subscribe, share, tell your friends and family. New wave of thinking. All the work is about them. It's about us. And it's about the generations that have yet to show up. And all of that's economics when I put it that way. So now we're going to deal with this part of what is going to happen, would be called finance. And so before I get into a part of the lesson or a part of the reason why we're here tonight, the finance part, we're going to hear some music. And it's not financial because it can make money. It's financial because it's an instrument to make money with. The music is an instrument to make money with. So if we can play something that we haven't heard at all, do we have something in here from somebody? The first thing I see is Fatima. I see, do we have something in here that we haven't ever heard at all? Everything in here we heard before. Okay, so now I see the word wealthy. Hold up, let me make sure I get wealthy. And I'm gonna play wealthy. Go ahead, I can't hear you. Say what you're saying.
Well, I was like, no, don't play that one. You gotta be the change.
Be the change. Be the change. Be the change. You gotta be
the change you wanna see.
Yes. You got this.
Speak up and use your voice. Be the change.
Use your voice.
Be the change.
Speak up.
Be the change.
Speak up.
Be the change.
And use your voice.
Speak up and use your voice. Speak up and use your voice.
Use your
To be the
voice.
change. To be the change.
Be the change you want to see. Discussion comes
Use your voice.
in the change,
Speak
not
up.
to remain the same. If you choose to remain the same, then you are not willing to
To be the
change.
change you wanna see.
If you're not willing to go through the process to gain different results,
To be the change.
think about it.
Speak up. Use your voice. Speak up and use your voice.
When you don't like what you see, or you don't like your conditions or your circumstances, you,
Be the change.
what are you willing to change?
Be the change you
Give
wanna
up
see.
and sacrifice to be the change you want to see. The power is within you.
Speak up and
Only
use
if
your
you are
voice.
willing to make a decision or a different choice. Speak up and use your voice to affect the mind of those who will
Be the change.
feel the power that you have, because you are powerful in your own life. Most times, most people who try to have power in your life, they ain't got control and power in their own life. So don't let that cloud your mind. So
Be the
that you
Speak up and use your voice.
speak up,
Do not
use
remain
your
the
voice.
same.
Do not remain the same. Only
the
when you
change.
give them the power to
Do
do
not
so,
remain the same.
or you place yourself as subject to
Be
their
the change.
jurisdiction and
Speak up
rules.
and use your voice.
Use your
Be the
voice
change.
and be the
Be the
change.
change. Be the change.
You gotta take a stand
be
in
the
your own
change.
life. You gotta take a
Speak up and
stand.
use your voice.
We must separate ourselves from the system
You gotta
and stand
speak up
firm
and use
on
your
our
voice.
own. We have human rights, and we must
You gotta
acknowledge the
speak up and
difference
use your
between
voice.
human rights and civil
Be the
rights.
change. Be the change.
You gotta be a
Speak up
living
and use your
being.
voice. Be the change. Be the change. Be the change. Speak up and use your voice. Be the change.
Don't let the
Be
stress
change.
come.
Be the change.
Because
Do
you're
not
not
remain
choosing
the
to
same.
change.
You gotta be
The
the change
stress
you
should
wanna
come in the
see.
change,
You gotta be
so
the
that
change
you
you
don't
wanna
remain the
see.
same. If you choose to remain the same, then you are not willing to change.
You can be
If you are not
heard.
willing to change, to go through the
Be
process
the
to
change you
gain
wanna see.
different results,
Do
then
not
everything
remain the
will
same.
remain the same.
Be the change.
When you don't
Be the
like
change.
what you see, or
the change.
if you don't like your conditions and
Not remain the
circumstances,
same. Be the
what are you
change.
willing to
Be the
change?
change.
Give
Speak
up
up and use
or
your
even
voice.
sacrifice to be the change that you want to see. To be the change that you want to see. The power is within you. Only if you're willing
You
to
gotta
make a
speak up and
decision
use your voice.
or just a
Do not
different
remain the
choice.
same.
You gotta
You
be
gotta
the
be the
change.
Be the
Be the
change. Be the change.
Change.
Be the change.
You gotta be the
Speak up and use your
change.
voice to be the
Speak up and
change.
use your voice.
To be the change.
Speak up
You gotta be the change you
and
want
use
to
your
see.
voice.
Be the change.
Be the change.
Islamism. And so now, remember, this is a class. This is a. I don't want to say a class. This is a way of us understanding what the world is about. So now we just seen a financial product, a financial instrument. But wait a minute. Before that instrument was designed, there was thought about it. The thought is the economics. And you ever heard me say anything about money, have you? Because we haven't sold the financial instrument. So I'm not going to talk about monetary policy. The monetary policy would guide how much it costs, how much the tax is to it, how we're going to get it to wherever we're getting it. That would be the monetary policy. But now let's find out about the economics. And this is how we find out about the economics. Side Star, what were your thoughts in writing that song? What type of things did you put into writing that song? Please tell us.
Okay. That song, Be the Change That You Want to See. I really wanted to get the message across that in order to change, you have to see yourself where you are and be willing to make a change. If you can see where you are and you're not willing to do what it takes, i.e., um, health, uh, the movements, uh, joining any organizations that are moving forward, anything that you trying to do that's going to move the mission forward collectively. First, it starts with self. So if you're not willing to do work within yourself, then how can you move forward with a collective group or a collective, well, with the collective whole? On a one mind concept and ideology of nation building. If you're not willing to do what it takes to move yourself from where you are to where you want to be, takes action. And if you're not willing to take that action, then you're going to miss out on it and you're just dreaming. It's a difference between success and just having a dream, or taking action, or just having a thought. So taking that thought and making it, putting it into action is the change in you. So whatever you want to see, you must be willing to do what it takes to be. That's what that song means.
Islamism and that economic thought. We've been hearing it since we were children, from all of our parents, from the Holy Scriptures. We've been hearing all of that. We've been hearing the economics, the thought of value of self. We didn't see it that way though. We didn't understand it that way though. We put it on a religious thing, and I'm being forced to, and all these different rituals and stuff that they have, which I'm gonna admit to you, some of it is pretty outlandish and wild, but the idea of the economics of it and the financial part of it, and then the monetary policy is that you pay charity 10% of your tithes. See, that's the monetary policy part. The financial part is all the talk about going to heaven and stuff. It's a financial instrument. It's a way to get you to think this way and operate in this way. So when we tell you that you have a trust within the United States government, there is a trust that you are a part of, then this is a thought of wealth for you that has been misguided. Even after it was semi-understood, it was misguided. And some of you heard the stories about people who took their social security numbers and their birth certificates. They paid some lights and gas bills with it, thinking, everybody thought in some cases, people thought they were doing the right thing. But you access those accounts improperly. So then you got arrested. So all the hundreds of people who you talked to prior to that, when they saw you get arrested for doing and exercising what you considered correctly, it gave them a bad taste. And then it gave the next person a bad taste, and the next person. So that when we get to this point where we are today, everybody's confused. Now, Brother Sirhan Amir Malachi L, he could tell you about it too, from what him and his people have done. But what everybody has to remember is it starts with self. And if self is not going to stand up and represent self, then doing any of this stuff is not even worth it. As it is said in the Moorish Science Temple, this will destroy you before you destroy it. because there really is no way for you to destroy it. You'll just destroy yourself trying to game it and cut corners and things of that nature. And so over the past few years, that's what we've been seeing. A lot of games. People got stuck on the financial part. Dues. Give us dues. They got stuck on it takes finances to raise a nation. And you're asking for dues? You're asking for fiat? That's not finance. Getting fiat is not finance. It's not real money, right? So when we start thinking logically about it and we start understanding that this is what is going to help put us in our own position of who you and I are and how we need to act. So if you know we're operating with fiat, fake money, if you know the United States government is basically closed down, if you know these things, what is your economics of it? What is your thoughts about our position when it comes to those type of things? What is your thought when you keep hearing our people say that they're Black, African American, they're looking for reparations, and they want to go over and talk to these people about how to save them? So you have an economic thought about it that will put you in a financial, or give you a financial instrument that you can put monetary policies on. But first you need to have that thought. And so in operating from our elders, from our ancestors, you and I have been handed a number of different trusts. We just don't understand it. So what is a trust? And how do you form a trust? So a trust is simply a holding of wealth amongst a nation, a group, for a person. This is what a trust does. It holds wealth. It holds the wealth, not the individual. It is responsible for the wealth, not the individual. The individual is allowed to utilize the wealth in the trust. But the trust is completely separate from the individual. It's just a tool for you to maximize your existence, acquire what you need, pay off any bills, or extinguish any bills and things of this nature that you may get without hurting yourself, without going to work to take the money that you're making at work and getting taxed on and paying that. You have a trust. You've been told to operate in a trust. Go back and read the scriptures. You've been told to operate in a trust. But when the preachers taught it to you on Sunday, they made it seem like the trust of God, and they took the trust in the financial realm out of the picture, and just you trying to trust this imaginary God that you can't see, touch, feel, but you put your faith, trust into that God. In the meantime, a lot of people who had their faith, they're being kicked out of their homes. Old women are eating cat food. Disgusting, right? I'm not going to go fully into all that, but you understand what I'm saying. So the trust starts with an indenture. If you want to know what a trust indenture is, then pick up the United States Constitution, pick up the Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. And now you know what a trust indenture is. Well, we as Moors, we have the same thing from Prophet Noble Drew Ali. We got a constitution, and we have the 5 principles. You see, all of these things equate to each other that allow us to have a trust on this land that wasn't being operated correctly. But the indenture spells out what the trust is and how it operates and who does what within the trust. There's a grantor, the person who establishes the trust. There's a beneficiary. And before beneficiaries, what they try to make us are the oh my God. I hate when this happens to me. I just use the word. It starts with an S. We are the secured party. We are the trustees. They try to the trustee within our own. We're the trustees. We get up and we make it work. So in the United States, where the Congress and the Senate and all of them, they should be seen as the trustees. They have made the public the trustees. So when you go get a driver's license, you in your personal life having a driver's license, you're really a driver for the United States government by the way that they established it. This is why, as a Moor, we know the free travel and stuff. But we don't need we. When I say we, I mean all people who are on these lands that they call the United States, North America. You don't need a driver's license to drive on the land unless you're doing business. If you're not doing business, you don't need a driver's license. But you've never been told that. You've never been shown that. So now this is where we're going to come in and we're going to show you. Being a Moor, we've had brothers say, and I agree with them, but if you're on the road to prove that you know the rules and stuff, why can't you have a Moorish driver's license? Go to the state, pass the test, come home and get the license. Until we have somebody who can take you out on the road and test you, go to the state, pass the test, come home and get your driver's license from the Moorish people, from the Moorish science temples. You get your driver's license from there, and then go about your business. And don't forget that you're driving on the road, you're doing business. Get ready to pay some taxes. Let's not play games. Let's not act like we're just against the law. We don't have anything to do to the law. No, if you do certain things, if you act in certain ways because of the trust, because of the treaties and the trust, you do have to do certain exercises in order to get to the next level lawfully. See, as long as you operate in the Moorish Science Temple Trust, you shouldn't have to pay any taxes because everything you're doing is religious. And you don't own a car. The trust owns, your trust owns the car. When we talk about a trust through the Moorish Science Temples and the Moorish and the Moorish nation, the nation owns your car. The United States own your car now. See, we're going to be honest with you and tell you. The nation owns your car. You know what that means? The repo man can't come take your car. The nation owns your house. You know what that means? That all that tax stuff, you can't get hit with none of that. Then they can't come kick you out. Do we put ourselves in a position where we can kick you out? Yeah, but love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Anybody trying to kick you out saying they one of us, you see this or the feds and they trying to kick you out of the house, there is redress. And Caesar will come help you get that redress. Because long before they kicked you out, you understand this person's monetary position. You should be working with them to get it out. Remember, it belongs to the government. It don't belong to a private company. It's the private company that couldn't stand you. You like they got you got to pay $1,000 a month. Oh, I can only afford to pay $8. I can't have this. See, a private company can do that. A trust doesn't even have to do it. And even the private company doesn't have to do it. You know why? That $200 that you're not paying, they could write it off if they wanted to. They could write it off. So the trust can and will write it off. This is how we build. This is how the rest of the world operates. And it's only that you and I fail to operate in this manner. It's only that you and I don't understand that economics is a science and a study of use of things. The use. And this is where in a trust, we say you can't not commingle the trust. So if you're operating from a trust and you got a job, you don't never take the money from your job and stick it inside of your trust. That's a whole nother account that you must set up. that you can still set up to and protect it through the Morris Nation, through the trust. You can still set that other account up, but it's a separate account than the one you got with the United States Treasury. You never commingle them. You're going to jail. Then y'all told us, no, you got greedy because you were told not to commingle. But when I went there, they told me, we told you. Before you went there and listened to them, you couldn't sit down and listen to us tell you not to commingle and how not to commingle. You listened to them because you want to get an extra value, extra 8%, this, that return rate. So you took what they gave you because it looked good. It's a trap. Every offer is not a good offer, right? All money isn't good money. Let's keep these things in perspective as we move forward so that we not only dig ourselves out of the trap, we don't fall back into the traps. So when I am saying, like, every one of us should study, everybody, as much as you need to study law, you need to study economics. Then as you study economics and you start picking up on terms like give me this term, supply and demand. Boy, man, Rasta come out now, you know, me say things in Rasta now because you supply and demand. And what's that? I'm hungry, I need food. I'm cold, I need shelter and clothing. This is supply and demand. This is the simple thought of supply and demand. Then they tell you that in the supply and demand, everything is minimized. There's another word I'm looking for. I'll find it in a second. It's minimized. There's not enough for everybody. So certain things cost a certain amount, right? This is where supply and demand gets confusing to me in what they say and what they mean. So if everything is minimized and there's not enough to take care of everybody, why do diamonds cost so much? And aren't we guaranteed right now that everybody can have at least one nice sized diamond in their pocket within the world? There's enough diamonds that everybody can have one. So that means, well, off one diamond, you got $10,000 or $20,000 inside of your pocket right then and there. There's enough. Scarcity. So where's the scarcity in diamonds? See, once you realize something like that and you see how much they charge for diamonds, hold up. Let's take a look at the waste industry. How much food is wasted annually? But people are hungry, people are starving, it costs so much. How much in tonnage is food wasted? And is it wasted from your table or is it wasted from the industrial level? Because they call you a consumer. And as a consumer, you're a problem in the world, which is the reason why they want to minimize, right? Because it's scarcity in the world. There's not enough food for everybody. So there needs to be less people. Y'all hear the political talk now, right? They want to lessen people on the earth and all that. This is all part of the fear of people going through, right? Climate change and all of that. So the scarcity, there's not enough food. Corporations make deals with the farms, with the producers of the food, where they buy it all up. That's when it gets scarce. It's all brought up. It just got scarce to you in your home. That's where the scarcity comes in at. Because if I don't have a job after the corporations bought the food, if I don't have an employment, a way to get money, I can't get none of that food that they already purchased because they want to profit on it. It's a game. It's a mental game on you and me. And we don't even see it. We play along with it. What is an inflation in prices? Things cost a little bit more. So this is what I always ask myself, right? When I hear things like inflation, recession, are you telling me that the chickens are sitting around talking to each other, talking about, look, I need a couple of more pennies on these eggs. We have to turn the price up. See, if the chickens aren't demanding more money for their eggs, how many of you demanding more money for the eggs? Is the sun sitting up in the sky talking about, yo, look, I don't think I'm going to be as hot this year and do what I'm supposed to do unless y'all give me some money? Is that what the sun doing? Is the bodies of waters, like, is all the fresh water talking to the salt water, talking about, yo, look, I'm at 100% today. Minimize me to 50% until these people pay more money to get the fresh water. Minimize me. Put some more salt, because the salt water, come here. Jump inside this freshwater pool. Now stay back there. Now they can't drink that 50% of me. Now this 50% left, they can charge more for it now. Are the elements doing that to the world in order to be charged? Then what is this inflation? What is recession if these things don't go on from the resource of the things that we survive with? If the exact resource doesn't cost anything, then where are these numbers coming from? And you and I aren't looking at that part of it. Well, that's just the way it is. We got to go along with it. That's a lie too. They've been telling you that in church too, in the masjid too, in your Quran and in your Bible. They tell you don't have to go along with it. And guess what? So does the Constitution of the United States. So does the Declaration of Independence. And they all say, if the government is bringing tyranny to the people, what is it the job of the people to do? But we say, let's do this in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, because we've all been given a remedy. We just haven't been acting in our remedies. So even as we were building this program, and I told people, nah, we're going to stick with the treaty from the Moorish Science Temples. We're sticking with that treaty. Why? It gives us a foundation to be, I don't want to be no more. You're not intelligent enough to think. You're at war right now. The only way you can cover yourself is with a supreme law of the land, is with a treaty. You can't, you don't know how to strategize. No, I accept that. I accept that treaty in my life. We live in a world where every nation runs off a constitution. Prior to me realizing I was a Moor, I thought I was Black and African American. The only constitution I thought I was supposed to be operating with was the United States Constitution. And then all of a sudden I found I got my own constitution. Oh wait, what else do I have over here then? I got a flag. I got an emblem. Oh, I have all the things to be a nation myself. Now, what are my thoughts? What is my economics? See, I can't keep rolling with somebody else's when I know for a fact I have my own. To keep rolling with somebody else's is folly. I'm setting myself up to be destroyed. I'm asking to be destroyed. When I allow somebody else to define who I am and which way my world should go, I am begging to be destroyed. When I keep going to ask somebody else, yo, something wrong with my children. They keep killing each other. What are we going to do? It's your job. We pay you. They're going to kill your children. That's what they're going to do. If they don't kill them, if they don't kill your child physically, unalive them, then they kill them by putting them in jail and taking away their life forever. They kill them by minimalizing their thought of themselves and who they are. Oh, you're just a criminal. You're just this. Now sign these papers and go do this and go. And then they give them like almost ridiculous, like go get a job. After you done made me a felon, they kept me in jail for 4 or 5 years. You want me to hold my head up and go get a job after y'all done lied and put something on me that I'm not even about? Now you want me to hold my head up and go get a job and be proud? It's kind of hard, man. And then you wonder why so many people are in a situation. Hey, but it only happens when you're operating, and we've been operating outside of our own trust, a trust indenture. The indentures telling us who we are, what we're about, and how we do. And so we have our own trust indenture as the Moorish Science Temple of America, as Empire of Nubia, as Third World Order, as Ma'at Supreme Justice, the Supreme Justice of Ma'at. We have them. And now we putting them together so that you can benefit. But if you are not participating in being a part of it, I think I've done said this 1,000 times. Silence is acquiescence. And once the paperworks go in and that drive is pushing, I don't turn around. I don't make promises and then turn around and do the opposite. That's the part of the trust. I'm going to do exactly what I said. Unless you can show me that somebody's being harmed in what was put together, unless you show me how I'm about to harm myself or others in what I'm doing, that stuff's not getting changed. Why? Because we use the law in order to put it in place. And not the law as in order to breathe, I have to inhale and exhale. Does that make sense? In order to breathe, I have to inhale and exhale. I can't do anything else to try to breathe. Can I exhale? That's not as satisfying as inhaling and exhaling. See, I had to test it. I tried to exhale and then inhale. It's harder to exhale and then inhale. So the natural order of it is, the natural law of it is that I inhale and I exhale. I'm breathing. I'm not going to change that. I'm not going to try to sniff through my ears. But we have been taught, try something new, do something different. How many people have ever been in school and heard them tell you, like, go ahead and smell yourself, stink for a day, don't take a shower? How many people ever heard anything like that? So these are the thoughts from outside of you. These aren't the thoughts from inside of you, because if you ever really did smell yourself, so remember the commercial, made for a man? No, strong enough for a man, but made for a woman. So when I was growing up, my children's mother, when she got pregnant, we were together with the babies and stuff. I was always like, even my cigarettes today, this only cost $2.50. I ain't got to pay $20 for no daggone cigarettes to help kill myself. That's a $2.50 pack. I get 20 cigs, I'm good. So when it came to deodorant, one day Islamism Sasha, she pops open her deodorant, strong enough for a man, made for a woman. It smelled good. I put it on too. So after a couple of years of doing this, and I'm in my 20s when I had my children. So I'll say until 27. I'm outside playing basketball. Dudes are teasing me, saying I smell pretty and everything through the whole game. I smell pretty. Football, I smell pretty all game long. Yeah, I do. I don't care about woman stuff. It's strong enough for a man. Yeah, secret deodorant. Strong enough for a man, made for a woman. Let me tell y'all something. Between my 27th and my 28th birthday, I was down on the park playing basketball. I went for a layup and I said, oh no, heavens no. I started thinking, did I forget to put deodorant on? Because this is going to be embarrassing for everybody. I went down the other end. I tried to block a shot. Oh, wait, this ain't me. Something happened. Something changed. Somehow my body grew up. It grew up past whatever adolescence, now turning 27, 28. Now it's time for all the hormones to come out. Secret isn't made strong enough for a man. It's made strong enough for a little boy. It's not strong enough for a little man, because that secret rolled right off me. And all the secrets was out after that. I didn't want to even play basketball no more that day. I think that was the first time I got egged out because me and a brother slammed into each other. His shirt was soaking wet. I'm smaller than him, so his shirt hit me in the face, and his sweat was on my face. I just felt so nasty having this man sweat on me like this. I didn't want to play basketball no more. It was disgusting. So, these are the things that we go through in order to learn, right? And what does your deodorant have to do with a trust? Strong enough for a man, made for a woman. I was trusting that this was going to work. And it did for a while. Then I needed something else. Change in your life, even the change that I had to make. to get to the next level of who I am and who I want it to be. Also comes along with not calling myself outside of who I am anymore. Recognizing that my people's is national people operating within our nation. So let's say I ignored the fact that the secret stopped working that day, right? Let's say I want to ignore it because I did like the way the deodorant smelled and stuff. It didn't hurt my nose or anything. So I got bad allergies. So so the next day, I'm just going to keep putting on secret. And then by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it's gone. And everybody, something wrong. After 3, nobody want to be around you. After lunch, an hour later after lunch, we don't want to be around you anymore. You start smelling kind of funky. We don't want to be there with you. See, after that day, after them layups and stuff and getting hit with his sweat, I knew I had to do something else. And so I ended up using right guard or something by Menon in order to, Carrot Top wrote that by Menon. He still gets paid for that today. It's called a commercial jingle by Menon. He gets paid for that. Your brain ain't working right now. Your brain, if he gets paid for saying by Menon, can I get paid for saying something similar? Of course you could. Are you going to put the time into it? Are you going to invest within yourself to invest the time into coming up with something like that? And then are you willing to go do the work that he did in order to be there? Quite simple steps. Change your direction overnight. We're talking about a trust. You have to edify yourself and educate yourself. This is all within the trust. Edify yourself on the language of the trust. Article 6 of the Constitution, the Divine Constitution and Bylaws says that we are teaching our people that we are not Blacks, African Americans, Ethiopians. You have to edify yourself in these languages, in this knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of you in order to get people to respect who you are and how you do things. And this is where we are falling off right now. We do not have this understanding of who we are. We keep arguing other people's points. Capitalism, socialism, communism. These were in the group. These are all different economic systems. Or are they? Are they all one system broken down to look like 3 different systems? Let's examine. Capitalism is the free market where I could open a business, you could open a business, and we can compete against each other. But if I'm selling shoes and you're selling socks, are we competing against each other? Or are we kind of working together, right? Because wouldn't your socks feel very comfortable in my shoes? At least I'd want to get what you look. You're making socks, I'm making shoes. Nike's kicking both our butts. But what if we tell people that they'll run faster if they put your socks on and then their feet in my shoe? That'll make them run faster. See, me and you, we working out something here. We're coming up with a financial scheme. Not an economic scheme, a financial scheme. We're building a financial product. The socks and the shoes together become a financial idea that we're having, an instrument, a financial instrument that we're trying to monetary gain from monetarily. Now, we already know Nike's beating us. That's the economics of it. Nike's beating us. The finance is your socks in the shoes. Now, how much we going to sell them for? Monetary policy. Do you see the separation that we're not making every day? Do you see the separation when somebody comes to you and one group of people who really burn me up? I call them the scammers. They always come to you, Black economics, African American economics. I have this product right here. It's going to cost you $5.99. And then what you do is you go find somebody else to pay you $200. And then within 3 people, you'll make your money back. And that's not economics. That's a financial scheme. That's a pyramid scheme. That's what that is. They didn't get it. They're doing business. They didn't get it. So you and I have to learn to break these things down. So capitalism is us competing against each other. Well, then what's communism? Communism is when the government actually runs all these resources and stuff. And socialism is supposed to be when the government runs it, but the people benefit. Well, guess what? I see where a hospital, school, they would benefit from communist and socialist interactions. Where if we're gonna say the government education is free, and the schools are run by the government, then it's free, and that's communist. The government is gonna tell us what we're learning. That doesn't mean that the people can't decide anymore, but the government is going to make sure that these institutions of edification exist and are on hand for people to do. Socialism, well, I'm not even going to use COVID, but let's say we did have a health emergency. This is socialism. Under a socialistic hospital, shouldn't our hospitals be socialistic? So see, you can't have one without the other if everything's going to operate together fully. And somewhere they have to be incorporated together. I'm a capitalist. I want to start a business, but in starting my business, the waste from my business will poison the land and the water. Well, then, socially, I'm foul. And socially, the people should come together to kick my butt to make sure that I don't open up this business and do something with and poison the land with that waste and poison the water. Socially, communistically, the government should step in and be like, look, fool, we understand you want to make money, that might be a good product, it might be, but you're about to poison the land and the water and you're saying in order for you to make money? We're not having that. We're not going to allow you and your people to do that. So this is why with us Moors, as we grow, things might try to change, right? So this information I'm leaving for our posterity. Don't ever allow us to have political pacts where we gather money to go to the officials to get things done. Don't let our businesses do that. Don't let these businesses come together. We're going to give this brother over, this wazir, we're going to give him $1 million, and then we got his vote to build our business. Those people who will do that to you will destroy you. I said I love capitalism. I love making money. I love playing the game. But listen to how I minimalize it. Listen to how I'm going to break it down so that even somebody like I can't get over on you. Once you do business and you're going back and forth, this right here, and then with your hands scribe, when you break that, when you use this to do somebody wrong, do the system, I say cut your tongue out your mouth. When you use this to design to design documents that hurt people, I say cut it off. Never mind stealing the money, stealing the food, to cut it off. No, you sat down, your brain, and now you design something evil with your hand, cut it off. You don't need it. It's in your way of having a prosperous life. And you're destroying the lives of others. That's the main reason why I want to take it out, because you're destroying, your tongue is putting dirty thoughts into our children's ears, into the vulnerable people's ears. Your hands are writing documents where vulnerable people who don't like themselves. And if we look at the world, we'll see this is our problem. It's psychologically, right? Everybody crazy. People who don't like themselves are the ones who are running the world, making rules and laws on everybody else that, cause conflict for everybody else, such as I don't know what gender I am today. And so since I don't know what gender I am and you want to tell me, I'm upset that you're trying to tell me which gender I am because I want to be confused about my gender. And you correcting me, that's the wrong thing for you to do. No, you don't correct me. I feel violated now. Well, guess what? I don't care if you feel violated. I love the way Candace Owens. I love the way she handling them. Candace Owens' words are a part of our trust. Dave Shapiro's words are a part of our trust. This is the part where I say we begin to fall off because I understand the no amalgamation. But when you got a man like Dave Shapiro standing there talking about what are you teaching them children in school, that's wrong. How you not going to accept that, man, and for what he said? And that's what he done told them. What y'all are trying to teach our children, we can't have. We're not going to allow you to come in here and teach our children, oh, you could be whatever you want to be. You're a baby. You're a baby. They means more than one person. How much does that child weigh? 500 pounds? You talking about baby? They is a plural word automatically. So if you got somebody walking, I'm a they. They're confused. am I getting the head right? Am I doing? Because wow, it really, it's insulting to me that it has gone this far. In 98, 99, when I was speaking out against these things, boy, oh wait, I voted for Trump in 2016. So I was a sellout. I was everything but my mama child because I voted for Trump. What does this have to do with our trust? Once we realize that who we are, we have to talk with the other nations and we have to do business. I'd rather do business with Trump than the last 20 Democrats that I've seen. I'd rather do business with Trump and the Republicans. They seem to be more on point with business as opposed to your particular social rights that were already prescribed for you in a republic, which you turned into a democracy, where you're represented now, where you get to vote. And when you decided that you were going to vote, you gave up all of your alienable rights. You gave them up so that you can vote for somebody else to do something for you. It's like you have a farm, you have a right to work this farm. Now here I come. This is what we're going to do this year. You're going to go out and work 20% of your farm. I'm going to work the 80%, and then you're going to give me 20% of what you grow off your 20% of the farm for the 80% that I did over here. And if I make a profit, I'll give you some back. If I don't, you just sit over there and wait on it. You still got 80% of your 20% to actually, so 8%, you got 12% of what you actually had before is what you're trying to operate now and live with your family off of. That's what we did in this trade that we made on our land. We put ourselves on the back end trying to get in on the United States trust when we have our own trust to operate. Do you know what the indentured words are? Have you designed any of the indentured words, the controlling factor? Have you sat down and put them together? No. No. And this is our flaw. So the Weiss trust, I put that inside of the group, a new wave of thinking group. Now you have the document in your hand. You can't say you don't know anymore. This is how it gets worded and worked out. We put the difference in there so you can see for yourself communism, socialism, and capitalism. The differences were put in there so that when I come on here and tell you that supply and demand is false. It's a false thought. When you read it, hopefully you see where that false thought comes in. When you start reading about inflation and recession, you start seeing how false it is. Because inflation means prices go up. And I'm going to ask you one more time. Do you think the chickens were all sitting around having a conversation about the price of eggs and decided that, no, the price of eggs need to go up? Don't even bring a rooster over here if I'm not getting my cut. If I don't get an extra 3 cents on this dozen of eggs, don't bring no roosters over here. And the rooster said, man, I don't want to see you either, hen. No, I need another 4 cents before we make any more of these eggs for these humans. And as long as them roosters and chickens ain't asking for no money, how y'all deciding how much the eggs cost? You have to study these things. And before I yield the floor right now, I'm going to say this. When you go back and study history, you can ask Google, when were women the most free? And Google's going to tell you, oh, during the Egyptian period, the BC period, women were the most free. When was man most self-sufficient? Google's going to tell you, when men were hunter-gatherers, they were the most sufficient. That means you was able to provide for yourself and your family. You were the most sufficient as hunter-gatherers. Well, I'm sorry, people. I hate to tell you that today with your inefficiency, you're still hunter or gatherers. It's just that you don't hunter and gather on the land no more. You hunt and gather at Stop and Shop, at ShopRite, and all the other stores that they have. You're still a hunter-gatherer. You haven't grown. See, when they talk about, oh, humanity, the advancement, if I take a community and talk about the demographics of a community, and then I realized, well, the majority of these people, they didn't live past the age of 35, 36. That's that one place. But then if 200 years from now, I can get everybody to think that everybody wasn't living past 35, 36. Then I can convince you today that when you see 60-year-old people, they should be glad of what we did today and the medicine that we made. But that has to be a lie. You know why? When Christopher Columbus came, if you read his diaries and stuff and read them explorers' diaries, they'll tell you when they got here, they seen our whole families. They seen great-grandmothers, great-great-grandmothers, and grandfathers and grandchildren. They seen everybody running around together. And you figure every 20 years, you add another underneath you. So if it's in 20, 40, 60, 80, by the time I'm 80, it's me. No, it's my mother, me, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. 4 generations. When Christopher Columbus and them landed, they were seeing 4 or 5 generations at a time standing there in front of them. So when they tell you in history people didn't live that long, what part of the world are you talking about? I believe somewhere people didn't live that long, but what part of the world are you talking about? I believe people ate people that were cannibals, but what part of the world are you talking about? I believe people were hypersexual, but what part of the world are you talking about? And just because you read it, oh, the people, they did this. I don't care what them history books say, whether they're the whole so-called scriptures or whatever. All the people weren't doing all the things for all the reasons for the situation that we're in today. All those people weren't living in sin, as they say. They wasn't. Everybody didn't believe in many gods. Everybody didn't believe in one God. Just like today. The world yesterday compared to today, when it comes to the actions and duties of man, is the same. Technology, maybe even technology. See what we're doing right here? Remember, every time you watch TV, didn't they have a crystal ball? This is the crystal ball. So maybe back in BC period, they were sitting around like this. And they were talking to each other like this. Even back in the BC period. Our people had the technology to do this. And now, in order to minimize it, a crystal ball. It's a witch looking through a crystal ball, seeing things. This is a crystal ball sitting right in front of us. You know how weird it was for me when I woke up one day? My phone was ringing. Well, I was outside, right? My phone is ringing. And I reached to my hip. I flipped it open, and I felt like saying, beam me up, Scotty. Because I felt like Star Trek right then and there. I felt like Captain Kirk. I felt like the TV show, right? Because we remember when we didn't have cell phones. We ended up with beepers, right? But the beepers didn't give me that image. It wasn't until I had a cell phone, they were the flip phones. It rang. I pulled it out. I'm standing outside. I pulled it out. I flipped it. Oh my God, beam me up, Scotty. We're living that. Now they got the smartwatch, right? Dick Tracy. Yeah, Dick, what's going on, Dick? Yeah, Dick, we're living it. If they thought of it then and put it in there, could it have existed before then? And so them putting it in there is only to like give their world, oh, look, Dick Tracy had it in the 40s and 50s, and now you got it today. But somebody had it in 700 BC. That part of the secret's not told. That's the part of the secret. Yeah, I mean, we just got to open our eyes, people. So people want to know about the trust, how to get the trust, and it's plain and simple. The documents are already done. They're already in front of you. You just have to utilize them in the correct manner. Next week, I want the particular brother Issa Bay to come on here, Justin Weaver Bay to come on here, and he is going to tell us about the charter, the trust, through the Moorish Science Temple of America that has been designed for us. And right now, if his people are sitting on do not detain lists, how come my people ain't sitting on do not detain lists? I told y'all, we are working together. I knew what this brother was doing. I just wasn't. And then when I saw what he did, okay, yeah, here we come, brother. Here we come. We've been building and working too. Here we come to get a part of what's ours, our piece of the American pie. But before we get there, we have to have clear thought and clear understanding of who we are. Anybody who's still, and you know, because we're going to calm down on this one too. If you're still calling yourself Black and African American, you can't share in this pie. I'm telling you right now, you can't share in this pie. It makes a difference. It makes a very big difference in how we operate. It's about the trust and the indentured trust. This is for Aboriginal people of this land. And the Aboriginal people of this land were never Black, were never African Americans. And so we're not conceding today to those terms in order to have any finances or to do anything else. We're standing on, how they say that to me last night? We are unapologetically Moors. Unapologetically. And so if that gets on you, I don't apologize. That this is what it is. Aboriginal pies. It's our piece of the Aboriginal pie. That's what we after. So, and you're all welcome to it. But the terms Black, African American, they must go away. You must stop using them. It is within our indentures. You're going to have to read our indentures, the 42 laws of Ma'at. You're going to have to read the Zodiac Constitution, the Divine Constitution and bylaws from Moorish Science Temple of America. You're going to have to read and know these things because this is where we're going with it. This is where everything's going to end up. So when it comes lawfully time for you to speak, if you're not speaking from these areas, they're going to look at you and be like, this person ain't with that program. They're faking the funk. And then they're going to try to make you offers to show you're faking the funk. And guess what? You're going to take it because you didn't understand from the beginning. Oh, well, I thought they was trying to give me. Didn't we tell you they were setting a trap for you? You didn't listen. You know what you didn't do? You didn't trust yourself. And so you didn't trust us. Okay, so I made this ring. I made this ring because this is what we're doing. I needed something to represent on my finger, you know, who we are. So that's my version of the flag and the green star on my finger. And so now we're gonna play some music, and then we're gonna come back with some more talk. I yield the floor.
To be black or not. Kevin Gates. We do not own the rights to this music.
We can't hear it.
I treat your kids like my birth children. When we was little, they used to say we was the worst children. We all been through things, it's not our fault. You got to work.
You couldn't hear anything? Okay, that was a song by Kevin Gates, Protect Children. We're gonna go to another song because I think we was trying to put the song on at the same time. I didn't know you were gonna do it, so I think we kind of canceled out the sound. So you want to pick a song? You want me to go and pick the song?
Yes.
Okay. To be black or not to be black? That is the question. Black, black, black. I feel a change coming on. Change is coming. If black, if black was crack, would you still smoke it? If black was whack, would you still back it? Black is dead, so why you still claiming it? Dead in the eyes of the law. Why you still blaming? You become subject to corrupt operations of colorful law based on races to claim you not racist, to make or produce a specified thing or specialize in the art and the skill of race. Change gon' come. Racism is a pseudoscientific belief. Change gon' come. Race is the thing that puts you in a box with a label, carrying negative influence as a social construct, measured by the pie, person in environment, when it's really our blood type that speak truth in volumes of who we are. I feel it in the air, change gon' come. Change gon' come. I see it was the title of black that brought about unity without development. So we accept unity in diversity, unity without uniformity as an expression of harmony and unity between dissimilar individuals and groups. We are one no matter our differences. We can agree to disagree, but it's our silence. Silence is acquiescence, and that we are not. Change is gotta come. We need to see change. I represent for we the people, nation building. In our free national name, I am Asiatic born in America. We will continue to speak to be heard. We will walk to be seen. And we will be loud to be felt because we're coming through sound, frequency, and vibration. This is Ashita Veda yeah, you know,
change gon' come.
change is gonna come.
Change gon' come. I can feel it.
Change is gonna come.
Change is moving through the air.
To be black or not to be black.
Change is moving through the air.
Islamism. Rock that Taharka Bay.
I got
Wake
to
up.
pull that up on YouTube. I was just listening to that the other day. I was outside listening to some music, and I did a whole little performance on a little patio out there, right? I don't know who heard me or who didn't hear me. I just was on. I was going forward. I was feeling myself. So I was listening to music, and his song popped up in my feed.
Into your playlist.
In my playlist, yeah. So I was like, okay, that's what's up. I was like, okay, then. I was like, oh, that's what it is. See, we talk about putting people on the platform. I'm gonna mute your mic. Like, I got it, you got it, I got it, you got it, I got it, you got it. And so we are the platform, and what comes up in our playlist is you know, it shows what we're listening to, you know, what we're paying attention to. And so I was glad to see his song coming up. So here we go. Hold on. Tahar Bay, he right here already. Ready to load. Okay. Wake up.
All right, here we go again. Yeah. Time to check some people. More swirl. Tahaka Bay. I guess I gotta do what I gotta do. That's right. All right, here we go again. Yeah. Time to check some people. More swirl. Tahaka Bay. Islam. I guess I gotta do what I gotta do. That's right. Islam. We for love, truth, peace, and freedom. Won't nobody do it, leave it to me, I will. You lames, you gotta chill, you so not real. I've been watching you fake snakes acting different, cause you don't live in the hood and don't get public assistance. Man, my people be tripping when they think they better. All type of degrees, still dumber than ever. So corrupt and foul, but they know how to hide. They polish their life, it look good on the outside, but pull the veil back and I expose them all. They be tricking worse than them shorties up in the mall. Getting high as a kite, beating they wife and got a mistress and got enough to look down on you. The brothers is cursed, even worse than a no-not. We know who you are, but all the heck you do is throw shots. We see what you got. Okay, you made it through school. Okay, you overcame. Lord, homie, that's cool. That's cool. So, you done came up with your little education. Now you wanna look down on me and my peeps? Well, keep on looking down. That's right. And watch us. We on the come up. That's right, fam. Let's go. I'm sick and tired of these lame old frauds. Keep picking up the mic device, acting so hard. I've been through that fire, the type of things you never heard of. Little lanes like you will commit self-murder. You acting like life's so sweet over a beat. In the street without your heat, you clowns is weak. In the spot, in the box, you straight mince meat. Them tattoo tears make you look like a geek. Little sideshow freak, acting like they G, acting like they me, or who I used to be. But they all be embellishing, no effing intelligence. Taking care of your seeds, irrelevant, impressing them shorties, cause she got a little shape. But her nail and her weave, her whole style is fake. How can she be a dime, her brain flat line? Her birth canal is probably foul as swine. Oh, yeah. Spit a few bars, somebody put you on. Now you act like you hard. You ain't hard, nah. You straight bluffing. Exactly. I'm getting at you. Let's go. I'm trying to tell you all, just wake up. How many lives will we destroy to get caked up? How much time will it take us to even the score? How many dope fiend babies on the NICU floor? How many queens gotta turn into crackhead whores before we understand our savior is yet to be born? We got our eyes to the sky, the solution is in us. God put that with us. We born winners, we choose to be sinners. I play Allah, forgive us and forgive me for the way that I choose to deliver. But my message is the same as the Moorish Quran, but I say it in a way that certain people will respond. So go ahead, talk, ridicule and judge me, and go and sit around and watch things get ugly. When it all fall apart, the people you look down on, they be the only one that you can count on. For sure, they look like your mother, father, sister, or friend. We need to realize we all we got in the end. Ain't nobody coming to your rescue but you. Instead of running your mouth, won't you see what you can do? Your life is only worth what you sacrifice. And black people, stop being so trifling. Asiatics, stop being so trifling. Come on, people, stop being so trifling. It's time for us to come up. We gotta stop playing, man. More step to the front. Stop acting like you bougie.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance and I saved hundreds. With all the money I saved, thought I'd buy stilts. Hi, honey.
Okay, they messing with us again. They put the commercial on as he was ending the song. That's Taharka Bay. Hey yo, like I told people, it ain't even about like you got to be with our program so much that we won't honor you or show respect to you. If we think what that part of what you're doing is good, we don't have any problems with sharing space and time with you. And that's a fly song right there. Like one of my favorite groups, Public Enemy. You got Taharka Bay on the Moorish side after that. So I put him up there with Chuck D when it comes to spitting those lyrics and using your vocals to get it out there. He got that kind of skill. I respect that. You know what I'm saying? That don't mean that everything about being a Moor we're gonna agree about at all. That don't mean that for none of us nowhere that we all agree 100% of the time. That would be ignorant to think that we all gonna agree. Look at our history. We've all never agreed one at a time at the same time. It was always a difference. So come down to today, we're still going to have those differences, but there are certain things that we could max out on and max out with our people on and make things better for everybody. That's the trust. And that's the part that we operate in, the part that's going to work out for everybody. So just now, while we may not agree on everything he says from his temple and his temple point, when he starts speaking on what we need to do as a people wake up. We agree with that 100%. So the brother deserves the airtime, the airwaves. We appreciate you for dropping that. Brother Taharka Bay, honors to you. Great stuff, man. Come back with something else, bro. I didn't go through your music. I did see that. I subscribe, but I didn't go through. I will go through and see what else you got, and we'll drop that too for the people's enjoyment. And then there are other Moors out there who masculine and feminine who have music. We're getting at all your music. We'll be playing all your music. And then if you don't want us to, just say so. We'll stop. I yield the floor. Oh, no.
He always do that. He'll be right back. Y'all will be right back after these messages. But yeah, so he done said a lot. And he don't usually talk that much. It'd be me running my mouth. But he's he was ready to have this conversation
It never fails.
tonight.
It,
I know.
it never fails.
You was boop right up out of here. But we not echoing.
Oh no, we're not.
So that's a great thing. So we
Yes,
can
yes,
both
ma'am.
we can react and respond with, you know what I'm saying? And so that's all good. You didn't have the floor. You didn't laid a lot on the table. So it wouldn't be fair. Just wouldn't be right if I didn't allow you to hear what I heard, what you said.
I'm a mute.
And what I took from what you said, not so much verbatim what you said, but how I understood what you were saying. And so you speaking on finance, and we titled the show "Claiming Our Piece of the American Pie." And so you you immediately went into using music as an instrument for finance. And so I was like, okay, I see where you're going. You know what I'm saying? You said thought is the economic. So the thought that was put into the music being used as an instrument is the economics. Okay, so in the description of the show, I said we are the ego of the nomics. And I like to break words down like that and gain a deeper understanding, because it takes the uh, level of understanding outside of the word in itself, but how you use the word and form, and the word, how you formulate it, goes into the intention set behind and the energy of understanding what the word means on a deeper level. So, economic thought is also, you said, value of self. And so I was like, oh, that's pretty deep. You know what I'm saying? Because uh how we value ourselves, and this is like comes to me right now, how we value ourselves is like how we allow others to treat us, how we respect our own boundaries, um how we participate in our success and our demise based on thought. So the economics of thought becomes the value of self. How you see yourself is how your thoughts in the ecosystem to create the instrument to produce the finance, right? Okay. So then I'm only on 2 3 lines from 3 pages. Okay. So misconceptions cloud the progression of the thoughts. Um, Misconceptions of what economics is and how economics is being used in the system in which we are operating in involuntarily. And our involuntary uh subscription or submission to this is what is causing us to develop economic thought to produce finance. And then you went into understanding the difference between the financial side of things and trust. And from my own understanding, trust is one of the greatest assets that we can hold, to be a trustworthy person, to be a person not only trustworthy, but that people can trust. That's when you place value on yourself, which goes back to the economic thought of the value of self in the trust. So if you don't have value of self, you can't have trust. And if you don't have trust, economic thought is irrelevant. Because if you are gaining, it's not for everyone, it's only for you. Okay. So then you said that we have trust within the US government, which the government has been shut down, closed down. It's not operable. It's inoperable right now. It's not functioning right now. But because of the illusion of governmental functioning due to media and social platforms that the people push and support, they're able to convince us through multimedia platforms and social networks that the government is still operational when it is clearly not. And the only way you can see that is to see that. And so it starts with self. And as far as being in trust, you must trust yourself first. If you don't trust yourself, how you expect somebody else to trust you? And so it's the trust that we don't understand. And what your whole uh objective, from my understanding here, is to understand that trust is the holding of wealth. And people are trying to get wealth individually. And that's the misconception of finance, or the misconception of the economic thought to produce finance. Right? I'm tying all of it together now. I'm trying my best. Okay? I want to make an A in this class. And so basically you saying the indentured trust or trust indenture. Now, I may need a little help with this part because, okay, indentured servitude, those were the European slaves, the Slavs, Slavics, slaves, those people were indentured, and they had a certain trust that allowed them to do certain things on this land because they were indentured, because they served their time, 7 years. And after those 7 years, they were given whatever they had agreed to. That could have been anything. It was no one thing, because everybody had a different reason for even agreeing to be or going into the indigenous, because it was almost like a voluntary program to get to the continent of North America. Okay, so I'm understanding this. So this is what I'm understanding about the indentured trust. And so basically, the information you're giving is to let us know that we're inappropriately operating in the indentured trust, and those indentured people, peoples of the original Slavs, slaves, are operating in the Great Trust. And so the
Okay, so
whole
let let
mm,
let, let let's put it where you're going with it is correct in your thought, indentured servants and things of that nature. But when we say a trust indenture are the words that are written down that design the trust. So so the United States Constitution, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and the Declaration of Independence. Those are their trust indentures. They are telling you how they're going to operate as that trust and who's going to do what. Our equivalent to that is the divine constitution and bylaws, 42 laws of Ma'at, the zodiac constitution, the teachings here, the teachings from any of the holy books, the Quran, the Bible, the Torah, they are all a part of trust. These are our trust indentured documents. These are our documents of trust indenture. This tells us and everyone how we are operating within the world and what we are doing within the world. These are our documents. So the trust indenture where you're taking it and you're explaining it, very good, because I didn't even go there with the in my thoughts, I didn't go there with the fact that, yeah, them indentured servants, it was written material telling them how they was going to act, and then within X amount of time they was going to be free. So yeah, trust indenture, it was a trust indenture with them, and it got corrupted. So now recognize ours today, where it's coming from and how it's operated. And as Black and African Americans, you don't have a trust. You are voluntary slaves to the United States system. This is why the conditions of being a Black or African American, of being a Latino, a Hispanic, this is why they are such, and this is why. So let's say half the so-called Black people, let's say half of them had $1 million and they was living richly, right? When the news reports about Black people, they still gonna report the negative side because it's Black. They have to report the negative side. Even you having $1 million, there's a negative side. That would what do they call that? Polarity. Everything except the creator has polarity. There's an opposite side to everything except the creator. So you being a Black African American, you don't have the polarity of the good side. That's where everything gets messed up. You're straight in the negative side. There is nothing good. There is nothing to look forward to. You're meant to have a good morning. I don't think anybody, very few people, only those who use our words understand what I just said. And I'm gonna say it again just to make sure it's heard. As a Black person, African American, Latino, you are meant to have a good morning. And that's not a good thing. You don't want to have a good morning because you know where morning comes from. So when you wake up during the day, good morning, you're telling each other like good death, good celebration of death. This is a part of your trust indenture. If you have a trust indenture, that's what it is. That you agree to be the lower part of the world and live in a miserable condition within the world and use all the bad terms to describe who you are, and what your future is like for you and your progeny. That's what it is. So
okay, I'm
that's
sorry.
the difference I want to make. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say that that's a very good point. How people look at that particular situation, uh, how they view themselves. I forgot. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I shouldn't even.
No, no, no. Hey, five star. Listen, I am not the
My
Pope.
bad.
I love it when the side stars can speak up and when they got their thoughts together and they come through. That's like okay, so like my mother, when my mother come through and say, "Sit down, boy, don't you just gonna sit down?" You know, so you don't have mouth. So when it comes to our women, that's the same thing. There's no reason for a whole bunch of mouth. When I was married, look, one day I came in the house, my son was taller than her, bigger than her. She had my son and her son up against the wall, patting them down because they were extorting children for Pokemon cards at their schools. They were robbing the kids of their expensive Pokemon cards. Some of the parents who were into that Pokemon card thing ended up calling the schools like, yo. And so then our two sons were found to be the culprits. I walk in the house, she got both of them against the wall, patting them down. Oh, you embarrassed me. Duh, 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 duh. I just walked in the house and sat on the couch. What can I say? What am I going to add to this situation right here? I just look at them. You two niggas got caught doing something dumb again, huh? And they just standing there. Yeah. What did y'all do? We got Pokemon cards. Oh, the Pokemon cards. You mean them little cards y'all told to leave home every day? Every day you told to leave them home. You snuck them in your bag, took them to school. Now you're forcing children to trade the Pokemon cards with you, where you get the most best one and most expensive one. You're telling kids to go home and bring back the expensive card that their parents told them to leave home. The parents realize what's going on. They calling now. You two are damn near about to have the police calling on y'all because y'all are extorting children for Pokemon cards.
Oh
Great,
wow.
go. But the fact that the mother has them against the wall is nothing for me to say. So when we come into our world, when our side stars are speaking correctly, only thing the man need to do is stand there and just look at everybody. Why? What you gonna do about it? I don't need to talk. Mama telling you what to do. You still gonna be a fool? By the time I get inside, then you done did too much. I just be quiet. And so this is our trust. This is our trust indenture and how we work with each other, how we move each other forward, and how we move our situations forward. Exactly right there. So yes, ma'am, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Okay, so you helped me to understand, have clear understanding of the trust indenture. Now I know what that is. And everyone who's been listening and watching who will catch this now or later will get that. So thank you for that. All right. So then we got into law and economics. And it's almost like economics and law. You can't have one without the other, because it's the law of the land and it's the like eco, it is the system. And so law has to, what's the word I'm looking for? Law goes before it all. And
The
so,
law, when you say it that way, the law the law is generated from the
okay.
eco and the
Right.
action of the eco because
Let me write that down.
corn is only going to grow at a certain time of year and get harvested at a certain time of year. So, and it's funny, the side star keeps saying to you eco, right? Eco in economics, eco stands for ecology. So when you take the word eco and you start, remember, prefix, root word, suffix, eco, no, me, economy. Eco, no, me. I'm not a part of the ecosystem here.
Wow.
That's why it's false. It's about money. Money, show me the tree money grows on. This is the game they played on us. Eco, no, me. It's not the ecology no more. They're talking about the ecology. They're talking about the harvest. Everything is based on food, clothing, shelter, the normal things. This is the things that the thought of economy goes to and how it's used, what's not used. If I own 10 pear trees but I don't eat any pears, then what is the value of my pears? How can I sell my pears if I'm not eating any and I'm not enjoying them? Why aren't I enjoying? See, the economist's going to want to know, why ain't he eating any of his own pears? What's he doing to them pears? The financial dude is just going to look at it and be like, oh, wow, I have another instrument to sell, and I wonder how much I can get for these. The monetary dude, he's just going to take them out there and wing it. He's going to start at one price, and then if it don't sell at that price, he'll lower the price and lower the price and lower the price. But guess what? The economist could have came in there and told him exactly how much to charge him for, because the economist was the ones who knows who eats the pears. And he knows how much they value the peers. The economist will talk to the financial dude, and the financial dude to sit there and make advertisement for the peers. He made a financial instrument. The advertisement for the peers is a financial instrument. Now we're letting people know about the peers. And then they come and purchase them for the monetary value. So the person who comes to you and says, oh, I want to teach you about Black economics. Here, I got some peers. Buy these peers off me. Go. Only thing they talking to you is about getting money. That's all that they talking. They're not talking about the economy of peers. Because in the next 3 years, will he still have the same amount of peers to sell? And how does he know whether or not he'll have them if he's not keeping up with the peer harvest every year? If he's not keeping up with the weather where the peers are grown in order to know. Economists, there's so much to the economy before we get to the money, before we even get to a bond, a security, or a financial instrument that regulates all these type of things and say how much, help say how much they're valued, how much they're worth, how much of it is going to be there next year, the best place to sell them. These banks that establish money, those people are highly intelligent. Credit cards, one of the most, and when it comes to capitalism, credit cards, one of the most intelligent financial instruments that could ever be established. I gave you money up front. You're spending it, and you're going to pay me back 25% on what you spent. For every $100 you spent, you're going to pay me back 125, and I gave you $300 to $500 to spend. Well, off that one card, I done made myself anywhere from $75 to $125 just from you going out one day and having a good time. And all you probably did was take your family out to eat, spent the whole $300 to $500, and now you owe me $125 for helping you do that. That is one of the greatest things in the world. And it's just working over and over and over again. And no matter how many times you tell the next generation to be careful with taking these offers, they jump in and take it anyway. What's going on? So this is how they got us from our trust. They had this thing called collective bargaining, where the people who were the sharecroppers on the land, they would go in and buy the product, the vegetables and stuff, for one price, and then come back out and sell it for a higher price. And where they got us beat at was the price kept going up on the stuff, to the point where the sharecropper couldn't afford the tools in order to farm his land. This is why they built tractors and stopped you from using a bull or ox from tilling the land with. They had to go build mechanical tractors so that you couldn't till the land on your own anymore. You think an economist didn't plan all that? You think it just happened? You think the Industrial Revolution wasn't an economic plan to stop you from living in the ground, to bring you on top of the ground to live in these sweat boxes? This is all, somebody sat down and thought of this long before it was put in place, long before we started doing it. This isn't the evolution of man. It's more like a de-evolution of man living in these homes, these nice big homes that we like. I want 15 rooms. And you the only person over there with you with 15 rooms? And you don't even see you don't see anything wrong with that? You want 100 acres to yourself? You don't see anything wrong with that when there's people over there who don't have half an acre? Selfish, greedy, envious people. And you destroyed the trust. And that's how they beat us out of the trust. They let Johnny come drive by in a car. It's Johnny's car. Now you want a car. Now maybe in their world, Johnny was able to be Johnny and buy his car by himself. And Johnny come tell, like me, we're all 18, 19, 20 years old, right? Johnny's a Caucasian dude. I'm what you want to call a Negro and back then. And here comes Johnny in his car. Johnny, the Caucasian girls, and even some of our women are going crazy for Johnny in his vehicle. Well, God dang it, I want a vehicle too. How you get that, Johnny? I went down here and I signed these documents and then they gave me, but when I get down there, they want me to sign black. African American Negro done took out a loan to get this car. And me, like a dummy, I signed it. When I bring the car home, my mother and my father, like, well, how you get that? You did what? You destroyed. And now we're arguing because in my mind, you're just jealous because I have a car and the only thing you got is a mule to ride. I got the car. Guess what? A year later, I don't have a car no more because the payments I couldn't keep up with. So now I don't have a car. Mommy and daddy still got that mule. But after my year and a half of driving in that car, do you really think I'm going to get on a mule now? Oh no. Everybody used to me, the girls are used to me I need another car. So guess what I'll do to get the car? I will sell drugs now. I'll sell a woman, especially the one that was clinging to me. Now, I don't have a car. Now, I ain't walking nowhere. If you ain't walking nowhere, you better help me get the money to pay for that car. What am I supposed to do? Well, come out with me tonight. I'll show you how to get a couple of dollars. We just won't come back home. We won't tell nobody what you're doing. I yield the floor. That's how we lost the trust.
That was a lot. I was supposed to follow behind that. Um, um, no, just kidding. But yeah, you absolutely right, and you're making a whole lot of good points and a whole lot of sense right now. Um, I get it, and that's basically that's what it is, and that's what it has been. Ain't nothing to say behind that. You said what you said, and you said what needed to be heard, and so thank you for those thoughts. Uh, but something you said um made me remember something. Following the program of others, we come to a point in time where we can't follow nobody else's program but our own. And if we're not in alignment with one another, uh, ain't no going where you going. Ain't no going where I'm going where I'm going. Ain't no going where you going. You know what I'm saying? And so, August 9th, 2024, I wrote, unable to follow the programs of others. I am the creator of my own destiny. I must walk in my gifts and talents to become the greatest version of myself. I must go within to allow the gifts to emerge and come out. I will receive that which is due to me in abundance. Everything great. Focus on those things that will direct my steps towards the goals of success. Love those who love me, respect those who respect me, communicate with those who communicate with me, stand with those who stand with me. I wrote that on the 9th of August. So I understand. I understand.
That's a trust indenture. That right there, that simple writing is a trust indenture to yourself. And
Yes.
now, but now that that's written, right? Who is the only person responsible for staying true to that trust?
Me.
The person who wrote it and
Right.
anybody else who feels it.
And
If
that's why.
that person, go ahead.
Mhm. No, I was gonna say that's why I like to write things and type things and take my time to actually put my fingers to work because we all learn differently, and so I learn in all ways, like hearing, seeing, writing, and so when we do that, it becomes personal. When you just take something and you copy it, it's not personal. There's no blood, sweat, and tears in it. There's no effort put for it. It ain't got no motor oil to make the engine run. You know what I'm saying? The blood, sweat, and tears is the motor oil to the engine. And so we have to produce that. And that doesn't come without work. You must work to sweat. You're not unless you're sitting in a sauna, right? But even that heat is putting your heart to work, where it causes your internal organs to work without you putting stress on your body. So it's still the same benefit, only a different method of going about it. So just because you can't run or do all these strenuous calisthenic activities. Like you said last week, calisthenics. And I was like, I ain't finna be doing no calisthenics right now. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm not able. Not because I don't want to. My body is not in the, condition to handle calisthenics. But it's calisthenics that creates the sweat. And so, since I couldn't do calisthenics, I would go sit in the sauna and that would get it done. So, point is, I like the fact that you tied what we was just talking about, trust indenture, to this right here because I didn't even think about it like that. I wrote some things that I wanted to. I didn't read those things, but I wrote some things that I want to tackle, and these are the things that will help in the process of clearing my name, you know, excuse me, as far as uh financial relief and things like that, where I've operated inappropriately, not understanding what I was doing and all of that. And so those things that I want to do are to correct my misconceptions. So yeah, um, I have a hard time following other people's programs, which is why this makes sense to me because we didn't have to convince one another of anything. It was okay, all right, the conversation is gravitating towards the same path. You know what I'm saying? Okay, well, let's do something about it then. And so at this point, I don't even know how we even started this. Like, I mean, this part right here, it happened so fast, and now we 20 weeks in. Stop playing. Stop playing. 20 weeks. And then we don't just be on here no little 30 minutes. So and to me it don't never get boring. And so here's the deal. I will listen at our previous shows. Like I had this everything's been going on in my life right now. I ain't even had time to listen to anything. You know what I'm saying? It'll all happen in time. I said, but I like to listen to the shows and hear, because sometimes, uh, we be saying stuff and it be coming out, and stuff be coming so fast in the midst of communication, we can miss it sometimes. And so it's always good to go back. So edify self on the language of law is what I wrote. You were saying edify yourself on different languages, right? And law was one of them. I truly believe in my heart of hearts that if we understand the language of law, we understand a universal language. And that's a universal language which demands respect. And if you don't give it, you'll pay the price, because it was never anything to hurt you. You end up hurting yourself by acting out of the law. And so we're trying to bring people back into the conscious awareness that we are the law. And so if we don't understand who we are, and that we're not operating in the proper persona of that which is law, then we're gonna be still here at the same place. Like, that one tie just won't just inflate. It's dealing with inflation and recession. Oh Lord, okay. So yeah, where are the numbers coming from when we talking about inflation and recession, right? At one time, remember when eggs was costing like $15? Like, for real, eggs was $15. I was like, I don't even want to buy no. I want some eggs, and I don't even want to buy them. I was mad. I was buying the little six, half a dozen eggs, and we eat eggs. So I ain't getting no eggs because I want to make sure my babies ate. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. Anyway, but yeah, these numbers, like statistics and data that they grab to produce these statistics, where are they getting this from? They take a small group here and there, and then they take those numbers, and then those numbers are a representation of a specific demographic, and then they use that number on these scales, and they saying, okay, well, and oh, so now you go up to Wyoming, and you want to, and the demographics are high for black African American people, when it was only three. It was only three people. But because of the population ratio and how minute that demographic of people is in that area, they can make the numbers, so it's called skewed. You know what I'm saying? Skewed. So we went to my daughter. Her school had a I'm going off subject. Her school had a family night, or like a welcome to schools this year, and you know, and so one of her teachers, her math teacher, is teaching them scientific methods. She's in the 10th grade. I didn't get into scientific methods until college. And so I was like, I appreciate the fact. And so she had this little test that she sent me through as well. She had come up with this box, and all the boxes, she had like 8 little buckets that was wrapped up in like wrapping paper. You couldn't see what was inside of it. You had to shake it and listen, and guess, take a guess on what it was. And basically, as some, you never find the real answer, because in science you never get a definite solution or a definite answer. And I was like, I like what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? And so in the process of her testing me, her daughter was there, and her daughter was like, let me hear. And I gave it to her, and I was like, what you think it is? And she was like, see that right there, what you're doing? She said, I had my students do that as well. So they can say, okay, and then gain a different perspective based on what the other person heard, felt, and thought. So putting those thoughts together to come up with a uh what do you call it, theory,
To come up with a theory, a conclusion, uh,
right?
um,
What is the hypothesis?
I,
So
I'm about to go back to the word theory because they say that it's almost the same thing as theory. A hypothesis, yes.
the hypothesis, yes. Okay, so then that the hypothesis is the statement of belief. The theory is how you're going to prove that hypothesis. And the conclusion is, what did you find? Okay. But then you also have the variables and the many different ways that you can test such thing. Okay. And those are never the same. And it's immeasurable to the amount of options that you have. It's all based on your perception and thought. So going back to that, everything starts with a thought. And so you were saying stop arguing other people's points, and I like that. We so often pay so much attention to what other people are doing, what other people are saying, what other people are presenting, and then you want to argue with someone that's speaking differently than that on some research you didn't even do. You ain't even been to the library. You don't even have a library card. You can't even go in for a quick minute to run in because you got to register. And the registration at the library is next to a voting registration, and can also be an identification where you don't even have to show your driver's license because you are verified through the public library, which is an authorized agent, agency, organization to validate your identity. I learned that in California. And so, in Compton, as a matter of fact, the Compton Library, or was I in Inglewood? I don't know. They all right there. And so, I was all over the place. But anyway, um, people will argue you up and down about some research they didn't even do. And basically, ain't nobody got time for that over here. We not finna argue with you. We just not. Cause for what? Oh, look at here. Islamism, Moorish Americans. Sorry, I'm late. Hi. Hey, how you feeling? Is your nose stuffy? Okay, so you was late taking it. Okay, so just go chill out. Excuse me. You on mute?
I, I was speaking. I was speaking to Brother Jesse like he could hear me, and I forget I'm on Facebook and YouTube. But Brother Jesse, Islamism, Moorish American, you're not late, brother. When you come through the door, you come through the door, and if we have to repeat anything, we will repeat it. Back to you for all of our benefits, and in repeating it also helps clarify it more for us. And if we did make any you know goofs in there, it'll give us a chance to clean it up. So welcome. You can never be late. You on time, and you speaking like you speaking. So Islamism, man. Well, what am I supposed to say to that? I have to say it back to you, brother. So yeah, so yes, ma'am. Everything you're saying is straight on point. And you just made a point. I want to hit off on something that you were saying of the library. Oh, other people's points. So when I say that, right, here's where I'm thinking of other people's points. When it comes to our people, and we're religious, we're more spirit than other people. We say this. But then we allow ourselves to get caught up in a conversation about abortion. We allow ourselves to get caught up, and I'm gonna state my position first before I say this one. Women can do whatever they want to do. It's the men I have a problem with. We allow ourselves to get caught up in this gay homosexuality conversation where we're never taking on, like me, for me to sit here and say, I love gay women. I know everybody in Moorish America is like, what's wrong with this brother talking about he likes gay women? It ain't no gay women. But I'm me. And why shouldn't I be honest about me? No matter who I am, what I'm doing, I'm gonna be honest about me. I'm not gonna deny me for your benefit. I'm gonna tell the truth about who I am. So, but why do we allow this to be such a big political discussion with us? When if you believe in your books, your holy books, when the other side starts talking about those things, you wouldn't even worry about it. You shut that down. And abortion, on what conditions is she getting an abortion? Because once mommy says, "Ooh, I'm pregnant," that's a life. See, in abortion, they try to explain that, after before so many weeks, it's not a life. Then how come she ain't pregnant if it ain't a life? You can't say she's pregnant unless she has a life inside of her. It's a life. So once you take that life, you're a murderer. Now, are there situations where removing the baby might be permissible? If her life is threatened, we don't know the baby yet. She wants to live, she wants to continue to exist, baby might have to go, especially if it's her decision. She was raped. She don't want memories of that. Even if she wants to get rid of the child, once again, that's her choice. She don't have to carry the term, nothing. I wouldn't hold it against her. But when you're having an abortion just because you want to sleep around, and I got pregnant, so then I had an abortion, then 2 years go by, I'm still not ready, I'm having another abortion, that's irresponsible and that's murder. And that's the way we weigh it on a political and social level, to where now we don't even need to take this to court. This ain't even a big discussion anywhere. If the parameters are laid, we're not saying women can't get abortions if their life is in danger, if she was raped. We are saying that you will not go out here and make an abortion like, you eat food and then you wipe your face with a napkin. People live in the abortion like they're wiping their face with a napkin. And that's the part we're talking, that's the disgusting part about this whole thing. The abusive part about this whole thing, that we're living under that type of idea and with that type of agenda and that type of political stance in front of us. So this is somebody else's corrupt idea of who they are. As soon as people started telling us, let's go to the gay people. Tell me this, the people who call themselves black. Don't you feel some kind of way when they tell you that fighting for homosexuality is just like fighting for gay people? You feel some kind of way. I know I did when I thought I was African American and black, and they were telling me that, oh, you gotta what? One don't equate to the other. Don't put that with gay. But you know what? They do equate. That's why the minority, the civil rights, that's why Caucasian women were put on there. If they didn't include Caucasian women, black people wouldn't have got no. I mean, if they didn't include, Caucasian women, black people wouldn't have got civil rights. If they didn't include everybody else, black people wouldn't have got civil rights. You know why? Because there's really no such thing as black people. So if we're going to give these fake people rights, then we have to give all fake people rights. So guess what? Fighting for blacks' rights is like fighting for gay rights, because there are no gay rights. There are no black people. There's only being right. If you inhale and exhale, you have rights, period. We don't care what your sexuality is. Who you sleeping with is none of our business. But you want to eat every day. You want to live in a nice home. You want to be able to go to work and purchase nice clothes. You want to be able to do those. Everybody does, right? So your sexuality has nothing to do with it, and neither does your skin color. When you start putting your skin color and sexuality, you're establishing a particular type of thing that is outside of the normal realm of just being a divine being. You're making this about something that it is not. So to recognize black people and African Americans, we're going to recognize gay people, and we're going to give women the same rights. And as long as black people keep trying to stand up and ask for rights, they're going to keep giving rights to gay people. They're going to keep groups coming up behind you. Why? Because your rights are false. So they might as well give out some more false rights. I'm just glad I'm seeing a whole bunch of videos. Like the other day, this woman got up there. She went to a school meeting in a cat suit. And she walked up in front of the board and she greeted everyone. And then she said, I just want to let y'all know that I'm a cat and I want to be treated as a cat. And from now on, and all her rights were about her being a cat, because that's what she thinks. I think I'm a cat. Well, and then as she spoke, she broke it down. And just like you know I'm not a cat, when I look at a gender, I know when I'm talking to a man, I know when I'm talking to a woman, and I'm not going to feed into your delusional world and be calling a woman a man and a woman. And we're not going to take the pronouns from a man and give it to a woman and vice versa. It's not going to happen. People are now I was speaking this way in 98, 99. I was insensitive. I was hurting people's feelings. I was everything except the child of God, my mother's child. That's what I was for speaking this way. But now people are coming out in droves over 20 years later saying what I was saying in 98, 99 when I was everybody's enemy about the same things. And the lady in the cat suit, it was just funnier than when I ever said it, for her to stand in front of them people and present herself that way as a cat. And now I want y'all to treat me like a cat. And if you don't treat me like a cat, then I had to the same way them people got rights. I got rights too. And I'm gonna sue you because you don't respect cat people. That's funny. And she's telling the school board that y'all are the belligerent people. Y'all are the low moral people. And you think you want us to think our children are safe with you? When you don't have any real value or respect for anything or anyone, our children aren't safe. You people are deceitful. You people are evil. This is what they're telling them. We don't like your agenda. They're telling them that now. But just in 2016, my people were scared to speak up. All of my people who call themselves Black and African American, they were scared to speak up this way back then. So now watch the Caucasian people do it. Watch them, because they're doing it, and it's hilarious. Candace Owens does it. I love her for what she does. One lady walked up to Candace Owens, and she was like, your presence on this campus makes some people fear for their life. And Candace Owens said, yeah, okay, I'm a pregnant woman standing up here and I make people fear for their life. Well, you be scared then. you just go ahead and be scared then. You unapologetically feminine. See, we're so busy being unapologetically Black, we don't know what it means to be unapologetically masculine, unapologetically feminine. And we're bringing it back there. And I'm gonna say it again. So even if my sisters like each other and they want to live together, still be feminine about it and still have children. It's no problem. You brothers, y'all need to leave each other alone. and get with some of these women. You could have 2 or 3 of them. You just got to know how to be you and be a man. But leave each other alone and get with the women. And that's the last time I'm gonna tell you brothers that, because then I'm diminishing what I can have by y'all being with each other. I'm lessening I'm lessening my value, my possession, what I can be dealing with by telling you brothers to deal with the women, stop dealing with each other. Now y'all gonna be out there competing and dressing up, competing against me for the women. But it's not an argument like the world makes it, a political world makes it an argument. Why? Because I'm a grown man and I'm in charge of myself, and I can make these decisions for myself, and I can stand by a side star and help 1 or 2 of them make the same decisions too, where nothing you say will come inside of this house and affect anything that we do, whether it comes to our money, our politics, anything, our children. Nothing that you say outside of this house ever interferes. And if you come to this house, then God help you, because we all about to get body on you. See? The family is the first government. We've allowed them to come into our homes and economically, financially, and monetarily destroy our homes. If I have if I look at all my sisters and say women ain't but tricks and hoes, if I deal with my sisters that way, then I've lowered your value. If I stand out and make myself a thug and you see me as a thug, we've lowered my value to the world. So I can't do nothing for you. I'm going to be sitting in jail pretty soon, or I'm going to be dead. What value do I have to you? What value do you have to me if you have a trick and a hoe, you got a different dude jumping on you every night? What value you got to me? So then when we meet each other tomorrow morning, we don't even know each other, but when we meet each other tomorrow, we meet each other on that low value level. You're expecting me, I'm expecting you. And then if we go to lunch, I'm expecting you after lunch to come back to my house. And if you don't do it, oh, she's this and she's that, because you didn't come back to my house and do what those type of women do. I didn't take on the value of you. Maybe she's trying to be preserved. Instead, she's going to go sleep with somebody else, and I just brought her lunch. You brought her lunch, so what? You don't feel good about yourself? You brought a hungry woman lunch? You niggas, something wrong with y'all, man. Something wrong with y'all. Is that how you want your mama treated? So if you don't want your mother treated that way, don't treat nobody else's mother that way. And remember, every woman, whether she has children or not, is a mother, or basically has the capacity to be a mother. So it's the economic part of her that you're dealing with when you deal with her as a mother, a future mother, as a woman. When you're giving her value. Come on, only we could change this. And everything relates in so many ways that we can't miss. You can't miss by cleaning up your act, masculine and feminine, cleaning up our act and what we're looking for, and knowing our accountability to ourselves, our duty and responsibility to our individual self. That's what gives us the rest of the value out here in the world. By me knowing that being a gay man is not gonna value me as a man, and so then I don't do these gay things and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? It keeps my economics, my monetary, my financial value at a certain level within our communities. See, I could teach other sons how to be men because I've been a man. So I could teach our sons how to be. But if I was a brother who snuck off and dibbled and dabbled in some of that mess, then I can't really teach them because I'm trying to hide something. And eventually, somewhere along the way, I'm gonna dumb up and not want to say why, because I'm be scared somebody gonna say something. Somebody know. Somebody. What? What? I don't care. I don't care. It ain't nothing like that coming out about me, so I don't care. So I can talk this way about crack use, heroin, any of them drugs, except weed and alcohol. That would make me a hypocrite. I can talk that way about all that stuff because I didn't indulge. I sold, but I didn't indulge. So I can tell my people honestly, in the next 5, 10, 15 years, if you're dealing with that stuff, if you think jail penalties are hard now, wait till 10 or 15 years and the Moors are on this land. You're not going to come through here poisoning our people. It was the drugs. I'm gonna leave it right there because there's something else that extends into the drugs. Oh, all these right now. People want to cry about their tax dollars. Do you know how much tax money is being wasted on drug addicts right now? And you people have sympathy for these drug addicts. And when I say it like this about the drug addicts, I'm not so much mad at the drug addicts as I'm mad at the politicians. I grew up in the 70s and 80s. Do you know what they try to do to us because of marijuana? Cops wanted to beat us down because we were smoking weed. And then in the 80s, they gave us crack cocaine, and everybody was still selling it and dealing it and going to jail, catching 20, 30 years. Then in the 90s, they came along and said, well, if you're using it, we'll give you less time in jail. Then around the end of the 90s, they said using the drug was a disease. That don't make any sense, does it? But right now, your cities and your states, they are paying hospitals so that people can do drugs. So they're paying for people to be drug addicts. They're giving them homes to be drug addicts. This is the politics y'all are living out today, and nobody's even saying nothing about it. People feel sorry for them. Let me tell you why I don't feel sorry for the people. Don't take my words just like that. But let me tell you why I don't feel sorry for drug addicts and people in jail. Because I deal with the future, right? And bad people belong in jail. So right now, who are all the bad people? Is it the regular people who are going to jail? Or is it the people sitting on top? Who are the real criminals? Who are the real ones we get upset with and say they're robbing us and they're stealing from us and these taxes and they're taking from us and this thing? Who's really jerking you on your rights? So if we fix jail to be a comfortable place for the people who are in there now, when we know there was an unfair thing that put them there, in the future, when we're putting the real criminals in the jail, guess what they gonna want? The same comforts we were talking about these people gave. We want them to have. No, we need to get our people out of jail, but not fix the jails. So when we put the real criminals in the jail, they got to deal with the BS that's going on in jail. Jail should be worse. By the time we get them in there, jail should be worse. I wouldn't care if you dug a big hole and we put bars over the big hole and there was rocks in there as the bed. That's the new jail system. What are you doing that gets you locked up in there? So all these financiers and bankers and stuff that are stealing from us, they're the ones who need to be sitting in jail, right? So if you take your time today to talk about our brothers and sisters in jail and how you want to fix jail, make it better for them and get them out, the only people you're really fixing it for is the future of these bankers and stuff who belong in jail. You're fixing it for them. Why are you fixing it for them? Do you really care if they're comfortable or not in jail? I don't think so. I think right now, I'm just using Bank of America. I don't know anything about bank. I'm just saying them so we all have a reference point. You can put it on any bank that you want. All the executives at Bank of America who are stealing from us, they belong in jail, right? Do they belong in a comfortable jail? Do we care about their rights in jail? If their family don't feed them in jail, do I think my tax dollars should be feeding them? then why today would I be saying tax dollars need to go into the jails to feed our people and do anything, put them through school or anything else, when I don't think that when the bankers get there, they should get it? We're fighting backwards and we're going to hurt ourselves because we're too busy fighting other people's concerns. I'm trying to show us. I'm trying to show us it's as simple as that. Worrying about our people in jail today instead of getting them free. We're giving somebody else a free pass later on who don't deserve a free pass. If you're sleeping with children and you're an adult, you don't deserve a free pass. If you're raping women, you don't deserve a free pass. If you're out here beating on brothers and men, and you don't deserve a free pass. You deserve whatever you get once you get locked up. So here's another reason for me not to stand up and be talking about, oh, the people in jail, we got to fix for them in jail. No, my people just need to stop going to jail. Period. We need to fix that part. And so as a Moor, you shouldn't be going to jail. In fact, as a Moor, working through the trust and with the treaty, there's really no way for you to go to jail. You should be saved from going to jail. But if you're not if you're guilty, don't call us. And if you're not living up to the standards, again, don't call us to have your back in your defense. You're wasting your time. Go get you a public defender and get ready to do time. Because our trust will not allow us to come down here and stick up for somebody who just robbed a bank. But if you rob the bank, then you should go be put in that hole in the ground, and there's going to be a rock for your pillow. And then if JoJo wants to come share that rock with you, it's not my concern what's going on in jail. I don't think the people should bother themselves with what's going on in here. I yield the floor. I'm not trying to be Cat Williams about this, but I'm just trying to tell the truth.
Yeah, well, you're telling a lot of truth, and some things just need to be heard. Some things need to be stated. Some things need to be said. So, you know, the truth don't always feel good. It's not always welcomed, but when you are a truth seeker and walk in truth, you don't have any options but to speak the truth because it's what's in you. So, like the old saying goes, what's in you will come out of you. And that's how you test the fruits of others. We are supposed to test the fruits and understand those things. Hold on just a minute because it's worthy to reference so I can make the point clear. Of fruits, it's Galatians. Let me see how my reference skills, testing my reference skills in front of everybody. Galatians 5,
Galatians 5,
22. But the
22.
fruit of
But
the
the fruit
Spirit
of the Spirit
is love,
is love,
joy,
joy,
peace,
peace,
kind or patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self control. Against such things there is no law. But the fruits of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self control. Against such things there is no law. Those who belong to Christ Jesus have crucified the sinful nature with its passions and desires. So basically, dying to your lower self, lower vibrational self, and vibrating high is to vibrate in the fruits of the Spirit. And we know one another by our fruits. So, by the fruits that we bear is what's in us. So, what's in you will come out of you. And so, that's how we know to test the fruits of those. Let me see. I have wrote some notes. It says the fruit of the Spirit is to be visible. The fruit of the Spirit is to be valid. The fruit of the Spirit, the fruit of God in our lives is to be. Be. You don't have to pretend, you don't have to act, you know, doing it, just be. And so when it all boils down to it, we're saying the same thing, just in heart of hearts, and what it is. And so when you're living righteously in truth, that means that you're not living in denial. And I wanted to talk about, go back into denial of gender identity. I don't want to stay too long there. I just wanted to say something in reference to that. Um, what's so wrong with loving who you love and being happy in the body that you were born in? Why do you have to deny the orientation of your body? Now, that's self hatred, that's self mutilation, that is psychological warfare. And I do believe that a lot of that stems from not being accepted, uh, not understanding oneself because you were not accepted at home, and having to split. It's a part of psychological warfare. People split in their psyche and they begin to operate in different personalities. So, this is where the mental health factor comes in, because we don't ever want to not pay attention to the mental health factor. Because if you're not right in your mind, it's like talking to a brick wall. And I'm not gonna keep running into a brick wall. I'm gonna become the brick wall that you running into. You're gonna hurt yourself over here. So, because I become a mirror. So if you are acting as a brick wall, then I must present myself as a brick wall. So you don't hurt me. I don't allow you to hurt me. But I believe the denial of gender identity has a lot to do with the lack of acceptance and understanding as a child, to say, stop acting like that. Stop doing that. But the only thing that he or she sees is, behaviors that make them either not want to be that or want to be that. You know, you got some girls who won't respect their mother because, and don't want to be a woman because the mother allows a man or someone to abuse her, whether that be verbally, emotionally, physically, spiritual abuse. And so a child, in view of that, is not learning to respect. They're learning to hate. And what they hate, they don't want to become. Or they have no example of what they are. So they adopt the ways of what they see. And you see all these little young mothers, and all variations of age. I'm not going to put it on all just young mothers. all variation of age mothers all across social media got their sons with their tongues hanging out their mouths, taking pictures, uh, posing with the duck lips in pictures. Can't even get it at them pictures. So it's a disease of the mind when you're talking about drug abuse. The drug is not the disease. What I've come to understand is it's the mind that becomes ill. And just as I was talking about with the denial, even of gender, even children, even people who don't choose to battle with their gender identity, people battle with identity, period. So taking the gender out of the picture, identity in itself is a battle for people across the board, no matter whether you're male or female or what your sexual orientation is. And people that I have noticed tend to go towards heavy drug abuse, not use, abuse, is battling in their mind and they don't want to think about it. So, this chemical drug helps them to alleviate the stress of thinking about me. And I think about me. I think about everything else but me. And that's what a lot of people doing. And we was just talking about that earlier, arguing somebody else's point. So drugs is also a conduit for that way of thinking, the disease of the mind. And so my mother, I'm proud to say, and she's proud to say, 30 years clean this year. And so I was a child who was separated from my mother because of drug use. And through 10 years, took her 10 years to come out of it, but she came out of it. And today she has two masters, working on all these different certifications, and her table of success is being prepared right before her enemies. She's continuously being blessed, and the more and more she comes into her own awareness of self, the more blessings come her way, you know? And so it's been 30 years, and I just wanted to say that because I have attended these meetings with her, and it's so much more than looking at the drug abuse as a disease. People are confronting their demons through NA and AA if they're willing to do the work. Now, NA, just like any other organization, they have their way of doing things, but they're self sufficient. They don't get money from outside unless, it's given, but they give to support their own mission. The people in the program give in the program. And so it's a successful program. And I always wanted a 12-step program. And I used to tell my mother all the time, I want a 12-step program because I want to know how to want to figure out my life, but it is not drugs. I want to figure out my life, but it's not alcohol. And so maybe we can talk about it a different time or whatever. But I was in the process, I have been in the process of like almost developing my own little 12-step program type deal. Um, just of going through my own journey. And so it wasn't like a 1, 2, 3 step, but through my experience in different things, I've developed a understanding, and I'm tracking what I'm doing so I can go back and then look at the steps that I took and then create. So I'm still in the creation process of that. There's many 12-step programs of everything, but anyway, um, it's a disease of the mind, and basically that's where the mental health comes into play, and we cannot ignore mental health. We hear all the time cognitive dissonance. Someone's in the comments right now. Talk about thank you, brother Jesse, Sunstar Jesse. He's saying congratulations. I'm assuming you're talking about congratulations to my mother, uh, and true on something that I said, and facts on something that I said, and or that Sunstar Elia said. It's not just me, that we have said here, and so thank you for your participation in the comments, and those others who are watching. Thank you for joining us this eve. And I wanted to also say this whole good morning thing. I am okay. So I say greetings and hi heaven, and I really try to avoid saying good morning in my home. But my children, they go to school, and soon as you walk into good morning, everybody's hollering good morning, and I'm like, if I only could just get them to understand, you know what I'm saying? But people are so accustomed to a certain way, it's hard to restructure the mind. It's like learning a new language, only it sounds the same. So since it sounds the same, why am I going to change it? But then the energy in it is creating low vibrational energy, attracting that to you because you're saying it and you're believing that what you're saying is a good thing. I don't know, but it's just, one of those things. Once I know something, I'm like, I don't want to say that, because if that's what I'm saying, you know, that's not what I mean. I don't want to say that. And so it's like, even with my children, they're so resistant to change because everybody else is doing it. I don't want to be the only one saying, hi, heaven. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is a 15-year-old and an 11-year-old. They don't want to be like, hi, heaven. Because I remember, you know what I'm saying? When I was growing up, there were certain things I didn't want to do because I was like, oh my goodness. Now, I remember when I was younger, and I always wanted to wear my wear the wraps on my head, but I didn't know. I was too ashamed to like that. Even in my youth, I wanted these. I wanted my hair to be like this, but it wouldn't have been accepted. So I had to unlearn those behaviors to be more comfortable with myself and get over what anybody else, because why do I care what you think about what I like? Just like you said earlier, right? Why am I putting so much attention on how you feel about what I'm doing? Who are you? So once I got out of it, I can remember the first time I wrapped my, I believe I have a picture too. of the very first time I wrapped my hair. And the first time don't always be right. But it was a it was a power statement because that was something that I was in my own mind um showing fear to do, because it was fear of judgment. And so Sunstone, so Grand Rising. And you want to know why I don't say Grand Rising? Because everybody say Grand Rising. And people say Grand Rising, and they don't even be like, it's just Grand Rising. It's just like saying good morning all over again. It took on the same energy. And there ain't no diss, Sunstar Jesse. That's better than saying good morning. And I'm not the judge to say what's better or what's not. I'm just saying, in my own opinion, I would say Grand Rising before I say good morning. Excuse me, but I don't even like to say Grand Rising because it's almost like I don't want to say it. I don't want to. So I'm rebellious. I'm an Aquarius. Blame it on the stars that shine at night.
I blame it on the stars before the alcohol.
Right. Oh man. Okay, so let's listen to a song. Let's
Okay,
oh, you
wait.
asking me
Let's see
something?
if this
Yeah,
works. Let's see if this works. I'm trying to do this slowly so I don't knock everything down. Can you see my screen?
yeah. I see the middle part. I probably won't be able to see the whole thing.
Okay, let's see what we get.
Okay. Okay. Oh, who is this?
The world on my shoulders, mama can't afford to drop it. Worshipping on my glory since before the Christian Coptics. Like a shiver else consort, taking no shorts. Colonel pressing like Castle, on the Padmore, out of Congo. Sweeter than a Mongo or Carabola, 1 megahertz to Motorola. Free a Cabulon, phenomenon. Escaping Babylon with the one-way ticket. Got the 1, 2, and 3, you ain't gotta pay the ticket. Like football, black stars taking the World Cup, waking the world up, keeping the girl what? Star and Astro, it's the Castro. More current activating more cash flow. More love, get exactly what you asked for. More light, megawatts, let it blast, yo. More peace to the east, let's dash, yo. Feel it, stop it, feel it. Truth we build it for the children. Mama's babies, daddy's babies, God and babies, growing daily. Feel it, stop it, feel it. Truth we build it for the children. Mama's babies, daddy's babies, God and babies, growing daily. Reconnected cheese, 6 degrees with the data. Put your pieces back together, resurrection after scatter. Take the best of wheat and add it to the batter. Fill it in your dark matter. 3 steps on the ladder. It's just for the seeds. Thoughts like telepathy, universal weaponry. Pass on the dogma. Mention that portal, giving birth to my karma. Yes, karma. Cosmic bliss, karma. Eat, speak, breathe, shine light. That's the armor, the foundation. Keep the demonstration. It's time, no more waiting. Activation higher than the peaks of Mount Kilimanjaro. Red lights and brown lights through a village of Caro. I'm in the car, take a little sorrow. I get it from my homie and I feed mother father. First step is love, you with the magic, don't bother. Feel it, stop it, feel it. Truth we build it for the children. Mama's babies, daddy's babies, God and babies, growing daily. Feel it, stop it, feel it. Truth we build it for the children. Mama's babies, daddy's babies, God and babies, growing daily. The first on the planet, command respect like Taiku. Get a taste of the mic food, reignite you. Sipping on bamboo tea, my aura light blue. Rocking with the 70 lows, I got a right to express the trust. Raise my daughters from the dust, give my sons they land back. Wherever they stand at, it's home. Head high, feather to the dome. Attacking the clones with the vibration of home. Getting guap with the virtues of my eyes. Balance in the books, challenging the crooks. Out of jurisdiction, no respect for the law. So it's time to introduce them to the flying lion that's called. I'm a soulful opus, all I write is soulful. Sweeter than mimosas, triumph cause I'm the poster. The brightest Mariposa, colorful wings. Self-determination is the wonderful thing. Feel this healing, stop concealing. Truth we building for the children. Mama's babies, daddy's races. Raw and daily, growing daily. Feel this healing, stop concealing. Truth we building for the children. Mama's babies, daddy's races. Raw and daily, growing daily. Triggering that DNA activation. Feel it in your melanin exoskeleton.
That her name is Star. That's Get Right official music video. And when I sent you a whole bunch of them, a playlist with 15 groups in there. She's one of them in there. If not, I'll send it again I'll send it again when I go back through on the phone and stuff. I'll go back through and find it and make sure you got that again. But there's over 15 videos inside that one.
Okay. So I only seen like one. I didn't know it was a cluster, like a whole playlist.
Yes. Inside of one of those shares, one of them is a playlist of 15 songs, and she's within that 15.
I need that because I was like, who is this? Okay, then.
That's why I was asking, did we have any of the music, like people we didn't play? And so this is somebody that we never played before. And so I, just to make sure that we're giving everybody their part of this trust. Everybody is getting their part in it, to say their part, to speak. Now here goes another artist that we never heard before, we never seen before. Hard to hear what she's saying on my end. I apologize for that, brother Jesse, if you couldn't hear the video clearly.
Yeah,
that was the first.
Through clear.
Okay, and so we'll clean that up for next time. And so I just did a presentation, y'all seen it. We'll clear it up for next time, and then y'all get to see all that again and enjoy it. We have a lot of good vibe music. We call it good vibes. And you seen she was dressed. Ain't that something? When she's dressed, the only thing you could deal with is her lyrics and what the intelligence of what she's talking about. She took away your ability to see her body and talk about her body. And the only thing you have to deal with her with, and that was the whole thing about wearing the wraps. And the only thing you could see was the sister eyes, because the eyes are the mirror of the soul. Her body is covered. So you're not judging this side star on her appearance. The only thing, you hear her voice, you see her eyes and hear her voice. The rest of her body is hidden. You can't tell if she's a big woman or a slim woman by the way she done covered up today. So the only thing you're left with now is what's coming out of her mouth. And you have to deal with her on her intelligence. That's the secret behind all that wrapping up them women did and do. To make you deal with them beyond their beauty. Because how many women aren't beautiful? Let's flip that question and say, how many women aren't beautiful, especially in their young ages? How many of them aren't beautiful? So this is where we men get trapped at, in that beauty. So they covered it up And all you got to see was the pretty eyes, and then you had to listen to their voice and the strength of their voice and the message that they were saying. That's what you weighed the woman on. That's gone today. Today we measure her by the size of her body parts, which is animalistic, because when you go to the grocery store to buy meat, it's by the body part, and they weigh the body part and charge you according to the body part. So you go get rump roast. You pay for that pounding and weight of that rump roast, and then you look at the woman and all you see is her rump. You're treating her the way you treat that rump roast. that chicken breast. The only thing you see is her breast. And that's what you treating her by, her breast, because I'm a breast man. So when you see her, that's all you treating her by. But in her brain, is that somebody you want to be the mother of your child? So then why are you trying to sleep with her? So see how backwards we are? See how the value is gone? See, and so now let's go into trust, because we're talking about the bodies and stuff, right? Do you realize that your original trust comes from the Creator? When you were put in the womb, when the Creator allowed you to be, a trust was established right then and there between yourself and the Creator. And then the Bibles and the Holy Scriptures tempt to write it out where the trust indenture that you have with the Creator, like the Creator on the Creator's end of the trust gave you in order to survive. That's what the Creator gave you, right? And then the Creator said, well, if you want to keep doing, you're going to have to go out there and till the land. See, you got a job to do from the Creator. That's a trust. Later on, they tell you how the Creator made you a nation. And with that nation came work. That's a trust. All the stuff you're doing in your churches and in your masjids is a part of the trust. You're praying and your whatever it is that you do in your baptisms, all of that is within your trust. But the Shahada was taken, your declaration that there is no God but the one Creator. Before you once mommy says I'm pregnant, you took your Shahada, and then you're placed inside of her womb, which contains your baptismal water, your holy water. And then you survive in there. That's your anointed water. That it can't be anymore anointing you into this existence. So when you come out and man asks you to repeat, that's a new trust. That's a different trust than the one the Creator established with you. So I'm not going to say you broke the trust with the Creator, but you took on somebody else's trust afterwards. And that's where your life became foul. You already had one. You went and sought another one. And then the things that it took for you to get here, admitting that the Creator is the Creator, and then being in the holy water, you let them take that from you. And then you have to do it under them, where they witness it, and now you're correct because who are you? I don't really give a two scraps about you. I don't care. Listen, as much as I yell out Caesar and my aunt, I don't care nothing about positions and titles. Your judgeship, your police badges don't give you the right to brutalize nobody, anyone, because you have those things on. So titles don't mean nothing to me either. See? But when you have a title, what you have said is, I have taken accountability, duty, and responsibility to be about something. So if a man has a title, I'm not scared of his title, just what's he doing with it? If a woman has a title, same thing. I'm not against them having a title or wearing a title. What are they doing with it that alleviates the pressures that the people are going through? Because that's what those titles should be doing. And if those titles aren't executing that type of relief for the people, then you could take them titles and flush them down the toilet. I don't give two rats about them. I'm going to speak against them and I'll act against them. That's the trust. You have a trust with the Creator before you have a trust even with us, before you have a trust with anything else. You have a trust with the creator. And you should, so the creator and making you in your masculine or feminine form, that's part of your trust, to be in that masculine and feminine form. And then I don't feel like I feel like a woman. How you feel like a woman and you built like me? And then when I listen, I'm not bragging, I'm not boasting. I know women, and that don't even sound right. I've had my share of women, more than my share of women. And guess what? The majority of them, they didn't even know how they felt as women. They didn't know what they was thinking as women. Now here you come as a man talking about I feel like a woman. How if the woman don't know, how you know? Sad. Now we got politicians arguing. Well, what is gender? What is a woman? Her womb. We don't want to be valued for our reproduction system. Well, you know what? I think you're saying that because men have removed their reproduction system from the vocabulary words that we use. So from now on, when you see me, don't just call me a man. She's a woman and I'm semen. This is what we are. See, they just took the C off and just used man or men to describe who we was. But since she's a woman and that's her creative part, then our creative part is the semen. You may call me a semen. And she's a woman. So now we're equal. See, so I don't want to be recognized for my sexual value either. But to make us all understand who we are, to be comfortable with ourselves, then let's go back to the beginning. I'm a semen and she's a woman. So now the woman should be very comfortable with being a woman. Now, I don't know if that means they're going to figure out who they are. As a man, I know how I feel. I know what I feel. I know what I think. But I have had many women tell me that in the end, they didn't know exactly what they were feeling. I don't know what I want. I don't know what's wrong with me. I don't know what I'm thinking right now. I don't know why I'm going through this. I've had so many women tell me that. And then, I'm a lazy man because I didn't try to take the time to, as some would say, nurture the situation. I get scared. You're telling me you don't know who you are. And I'm like, oh, if you don't know who you are, how am I supposed to help you figure that out? Nothing I say or do is going to satisfy you because you don't know who you are. And I'm satisfied with me. I'm happy with me. So trying to get you to be happy with you is like, oh my God, double the work. And now I'm stressed on helping you. And so I'm not accomplishing what I'm supposed to be accomplishing as a man. I can't let that happen. So I back out. I run. I'll tell you all the truth. I run. You a woman, you having a hard time. I'm not going to stand there and argue and fight with you. I'm going to run until you figure out who you are. I feel like I'm interfering in your life. I feel like I'm tearing you down. I feel like I'm the one who's making you confused with who you are. So I got to remove myself from that situation, allow you to figure out who you are. And if you end up with somebody else, that ain't no big loss either. And then they turn around, that's because you don't care anyway. The only person you care about is yourself. Stop. I do care about myself, but I don't care about myself. Like I said, I won't poison the water to make money. So I don't care about myself past other people. But when you can't help yourself, that's when I got to give up. I can't help you feel good about yourself. Every day you wake up, you got a problem with you. It's too hot outside. If it's too hot outside and that's why you upset, what you're telling me again is you're mad at the creator. It's too hot out. It's too cold. It's too hot. So you have an attitude with us in the house. That's the creator did that. I don't have any control. Why are you and I arguing because it's too hot or too cold outside? I don't want to argue over stuff like that because I can't go out there and change it. If I could, I would. But I can't, so that you can be comfortable. He's talking about the gender dystopia. all of that stuff prior to 1978, it was called gender dysphoria. Okay, so like even gender dysphoria, what, not wanting to be the gender that you are? Let's just call it dysphoria. Okay, that sounds like confused. That sounds like messed up in the head. So it's psychologically, maybe you should be put away until you figure these things out, until you become comfortable with yourself. You don't like you.
Put
Say that?
away.
Put away. Rather
But
than you
here's the
stand.
deal. Look, these are people who have been damaged by their upbringing, and the adults that damage them are in denial for their damage. So who do they make? Who makes restitution to the hurt or the damaged child within, except for the child within to accept the abuse that took place, because that's what brought them into becoming who they have become. See, these people that we are talking about were once children, and in their child mind, they're stuck. They're stuck at an age of development where gender is still neutral. And that's about age 7. Their developmental mindset is stuck in a gender neutral body. They're not in their right mind. They're not even at a level of thinking to have these types of conversations, but not lock them away, put them in a safe and secure place so they cannot be harmed.
But don't, all right, so hurt people, right?
Yes.
And so I've lost employment because I was unsensitive, because the person came to me, the first time I ever heard it, person came to me is, that was disrespectful. You were gender specific. No, you use the pronoun. And what are you talking about? And then I thought about it. I said, do you mean he, she? The person, yes. So because I said, yes, sir, you're offended? Yes. How are you offended? I don't go by that. I go by they or something else they wanted to go by. Look, I ain't gonna go crazy with you. I'm not delusional, and I'll be dang, whatever you went through, I'm not gonna let you come in here and abuse me with it. See? So that's why, since you're abusing me, and we can both take a test and we'll prove that I'm more rational than you are, you need to be put away until you figure out exactly who you are and what you want to do with your life. I'm not responsible for how you feel and what you're going through. And you're not going to make me uncomfortable or make me feel like I'm delusional in dealing with you. And I'm not going to do delusional things and say, yes, sir, to a woman and yes, ma'am, to a man to make you comfortable, because that's how it makes you comfortable. No, you need to go sit down somewhere and realize you either do or don't have particular organs that make you who you are, and then deal with yourself on that fact. And until you get that right, you shouldn't come outside and play with the rest of us. You know why? The rest of us might hurt your feelings because we're mean. We're mean to each other. As little boys, we are mean to each other. Jesse cannot play football or basketball better than me. And until we get on that basketball court, I'm going to say that every day, every second of the day, until we get on that basketball or football field, and Jesse showed me different. And he has to come out here and show me. Other than that, Jesse ain't better than me. We'll even flip the finger at it. He ain't getting over on me. So These people with these ideas of who they are now trying to force them on us. No, something's wrong. Y'all go lock yourselves away somewhere until you figure out what's going on, because you're harming the rest of us. And now you want to harm our children because we didn't lock y'all away. You want to teach our children in the school system that, oh, you don't have to pick a gender until. What do you mean they don't have to pick? The creator gave them one. They were given in the trust from the creator, they were given a gender, and that gender was supposed to do something along that gender line. And you broke that trust first, and now you coming over here and you want me to like sign that deal with you? I can't do it. I won't do it. Something's wrong with you. You need psychological help. You shouldn't be allowed to be a manager anywhere. You shouldn't have any high positions where you're in charge, because you got to figure yourself out. We need to treat you gentle. That's what. Oh, you got to tell me. I'm confused. Oh, you are? Well, okay. So we need somebody to put the pizza boxes together. You go sit in the pizza house and you just put pizza boxes together all day until figure out who you are. Once you figure out who you are, we'll let you participate with the rest of the people in this trust. Until that time, you're not a teacher. You're not anything where other people are going to be under you because you're not comfortable with yourself. You don't have what it takes to teach the rest of us. Teach anybody, because you can't teach yourself. You can't. I don't trust you. You don't trust yourself. And this is how. See, we're scared to deal with people with that rough hand. I'm not. I got that rough hand for him because, I mean, God, dog, I could have been anything. I could have been a pimp if I wanted to. But a higher calling of self will not allow me to go out there and disrespect my mama to be a pimp, to get that money. So, we all go through it and we all got to make those decisions. Some people just get comfortable with the weekend and they take the weak way out. And the weak way endangers the rest of us. And it's weak. It's really weak. So I can't, I say put them away. Anybody with those problems, put them away until they figure out who they are. And maybe, somebody like me who has an attitude problem, maybe there's certain times I need to be put away. I'm not going to shy from that. Maybe there's certain times they should have a hospital room for me, and I just walk in, check in, and they be like, okay, here he comes. Lock the door. He'll be all right after a week or two, and let him calm down, and everything. He won't hurt nobody, and everything will be good. I'll admit certain things. You know what I'm saying? We just need other people to be that strong to admit it, and people can't admit their weaknesses, and this is where we're falling apart.
You're right, and it all goes back to the lack of communication. Um, People grow up in homes where there is no communication, not effective communication. And so then you have the lack of communication. You don't know how to talk. You don't know how to speak for yourself. You don't know how to defend yourself as far as what are you talking about? That part, yeah. In California, they passed that nonsense of putting an X for your child's gender on their what? Okay. So that is crazy within itself. And see, um that can we could go a little deeper in on that topic, because as far as it goes in California passing something like that, why would they do that? And
Hollywood. We're all going to Hollywood. Ain't nothing real in Hollywood. Put an X on
right,
your child. It's so they want us all to live that experience that
yeah,
they live, and so like it's a lot of the politicians today, if we go back to their school records and find out what they went through in school, I wonder how many of these politicians got beat up every day. I wonder how many of these politicians tried to be on basketball teams, football teams, and couldn't make it, and felt and they felt like they were at the bottom of the barrel all the time. Now they grow up, they go to college, now they're a politician, they get a position, and now they're going to use their position to get revenge on everybody who looked like Chip. So here I come for a job, I'm all confident, but in their mind, Chip. I'm not giving Chip this job. And so after my interview, I'm qualified, but I don't get the job because I remind them of Chip. I remind her of the dude who didn't pick her up for a date one night. So I can't have the job because that dude didn't pick her up or he picked her up, but then he left her standing in the rain crying by herself. And so every time she looks at my strength, not my features, my strength, it reminds her of him. So now she'll use her position to abuse me. And this is where we are in the world. Padded room and straight jacket. And so brother Justin Weaver Bay he's watching us on Facebook. And so we are on YouTube, God man. And this is the brother from the Almorican Imperial Empire, Moorish Science Temple of America, where we would get the charter from, and where, as we're saying to people, we ain't talking about reparations and being black. None of that with this charter. None of that counts. None of that matters. You bring it up if you want to, but it's going to be ignored. It's going to be pushed to the side. It's going to be like, we're not even focusing on that because of the position that this brother done put us in and the work that him and his people put in. I will, from my end, will not allow it to be tarnished at all. So when he begins to speak, it's like the rest of us should just take notes. You can ask questions after he speaks, but we're not jumping in. Your opinions about who you think you are as a black person, as an African, don't matter. It's not on the table. Once this brother decides he's going to come on YouTube and join us and give us the good news and the glory that he done put together from the works that he done from his hands and sat down. And I watched him go through the same things that Star Christina's saying right now. It's been years and we went through a lot of people. We've seen a lot of people getting here. And so I watched this brother go through the same thing. And even now, as he's trying to just tell people what he's doing, they're not examining what he did. They're just automatic, we're not going for that. But you didn't even really listen to the brother. Are you afraid that he did something that you wanted to do? And now you're afraid that everybody's going to listen to him and not you? You jealous, envious. That's almost a gay attitude. You're gonna be worried about that man, what's in that man's pocket, and what that man doing, without giving that man the respect of listening and try to see what he's doing. But you're worried about it, and you're gonna speak out against it. That's kind of off to me too. You know what I'm saying? So, and we here for that, right? We here to back up our people when they doing right, and to pull our coats when we doing wrong. This is a good brother. He did a lot of right, so I'm not gonna let people sit here and argue with him. And I'm not acquiescing over to being black and having things for black when we've been told that we aren't. I told you all that, and I'm standing on that. And I'm going to be unapologetically Moorish with it. Unapologetically. Just get that. Al-Murakan. There are 1,000 different ways to say it, Brother Jesse. That's not wrong. And let's put it like this. What you wrote there, Al-Murakan, it's not wrong. It's not right. it's that's what you choose. That's what you choose, brother. We're not arguing with you. Only thing, here's the only wrong thing: Black, African American, and wanting reparations. You're not getting reparations. So it's like, how can I describe it? Asking for reparations is like saying, I want to go to the moon and live on the moon. Now, you know that ain't happening no time soon. That's what asking for reparations is like. Like saying, I want to go to the bottom of the ocean without any of the equipment. I don't need a submarine or nothing. I want to go to the bottom of the ocean and just walk around and breathe at the bottom of the ocean. You gonna drown. It can't be done. Okay, when will you have him on YouTube? I asked the brother to check in tonight, and then if he likes what he hears, he'll come on next week. I'm looking at next Thursday, and I'm gonna give him the show next Thursday, and we're gonna listen to him and get your pens and pencils ready because you're gonna follow along with him. There you go, Side Star. You got yours. Mine's is around me somewhere. I ain't gotta reach far for mine. You're gonna follow. We're gonna follow along with him. I got mine. We all got our ink pens. This pen is mightier than a sword. We're gonna take notes, and then before you try to have a big discussion about it, I would suggest that you go study the stuff he's talking about, the stuff that's going to be talked about, before you try to have a big discussion like you know what's going on. Thank you, Brother Jesse. Agreed. Thank you. So I would suggest that everyone studies what he's talking about before you open up your mouth. And as my mother used to say, it's better to remain silent and thought a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt. This brother will not be required to stand here and prove everything that he's saying. The proof is in the pudding. This brother will not be required to repeat 1,000 times what he just said. And if I have to come in order to cut off, to stop different things, I will do that too. Because like we said, we want everyone to participate. So, you know, you come on, you participate. But while this brother's speaking, it is your job and duty to take notes, to enhance your family with the information that he's bringing to the table, and understand what he's saying, so that when we sign the documents, we benefit from signing them and we move our people forward instead of being stuck where we are right now in the same rotation. So I yield the floor. Thank you for tuning in, Brother Jesse. And it's exactly, you see, brother, I just laid down the rules for next week, Brother Jesse. So when you come on, Brother Justin, when you come on, you see how we're going to operate with you. So there it is, bro. And we did look up the documents. SciStar Christina has gone through the documents. We wasn't able to manipulate them. We was like, I downloaded the PDFs, but I couldn't copy paste anything or get into it to change anything. I couldn't do none of that. It wouldn't allow me. But we'll, as we said, we'll just we'll type it out as she was talking. We'll, you know, like I said, we got it. Now you gave it to us, we got it. Asking or demanding like 10 to 15 years, that was the case, not now. Asking or demanding like 10 to 15 years. You can't demand reparations. Asking for them is ludicrous. Demanding them is even more ludicrous. So now it's like you demanding the sun to come down here and sit on the earth with you. It's not going to happen. Our people are not getting reparations. They're not. Y'all got to stop that. You're wasting time. The politicians are laughing at you. And you could tell they're laughing because every time you bring it up, they say, hey, let's wait. Let's have another discussion. We need to talk about it again. We need to know who's going to get it. Well, God dang it. If Black and African Americans were going to get it and you got documents saying it, you'd have got it already. You're not getting it. It's just a way for them to keep playing this game with you. to keep acting like they in charge when you in charge. They got you begging for something they never gonna give you. They're not even obligated to give you. Remember this group called the Boule? They're the ones that got you talking about reparations. So if you're really down for the people, let's get that part right. It seems like a Sabir Bey or a Taj Tariq Bey presentation. Listen to what it is, bro, because you can't hide this from me. We are Moorish Americans. So Sabir Bey, Taj Tariq Bey, they should if I sound like them right now, we should all be sounding alike. Thank you. And if we're speaking, we should all be sounding alike. Because we're building a nation. So when you talk to the United States, don't they all sound alike? Every last single one. So then we should sound alike. And we're all telling, they're not giving us any reparations. They're not giving you any reparations. It's a game they're playing. The only reparations we getting, our own nation. That's the reparation. That's the trust. That's the ability to move. That's it. Before 1492, you were nations. After 1492, you were Negro, black, and colored. You became their possession. We're out to remove the possession part. That's what we're trying to do for all of us. That means we have to go back to our nations, our national standings. So yeah, thank you for telling me 10 to 15 years, this was an out of space idea. Of our own nation was an out of space idea. 10 to 15 years ago, we had the same opportunities we have today, only we didn't all know about it. It was hidden from us. And it was coming out kind of funky. And it was coming out where, with this brother on here, he knows a lot of these Moors were playing games, dirty Moors. They were playing dirty Moorish games. So yeah, that's admitted. See, that's admitted that they were playing games. Now today, some of us grew up and we're like, you gonna stop playing with our people. And so now we've taken it over. They care, when we do, are you going to sign the check over to me? You're not getting reparations as a Black or African American. The fact that I get to operate a trust, I already have my reparations. This is the part we're trying to tell you. And signing checks over, our checks won't be signed that way because you don't own nothing. Whoo, you own nothing and control everything. Y'all haven't heard that in economics yet? Y'all haven't heard that in finance and in banking yet? Own nothing, control everything. That means you operate in a trust. They never gave reparations to a group. They only gave reparations to nations. No group ever got reparations. Only nations. Blacks and African Americans are not a nation. The Boule talks about reparations. The Boule is the reason why. Listen to the Boule. There's Boule in hip hop. There's Boule in the movie realm. Actors, directors, all of them, right? In the movies, they'll talk about reparations. That's to keep you talking about reparations. In the songs, they'll talk about reparations. That's to keep you talking about reparations. See? And we know they control the media, right? So if they control the media, they're controlling the thought. So the thought of reparations is coming from them to keep you thinking that you're owed something that you're not, so that you keep arguing and fighting for the reparations. No reparations. The Boule are the bigger pushers of the idea of reparations. They're the biggest drug dealers on the idea of reparations. They're the ones who sound off on it. I'm trying to show you how. The reason why y'all keep bringing it up. It's been talked about in movies. It's talked about in books. It's talked about in music. So now we, as a people, sign on with that. And we start looking for something that we're never going to get. It's not even anything we should be talking about. Yeah, I agree with the dirty Moors playing games. Yeah, brother, and I keep saying that to you. So it's not like, you're just thinking that, or I'm saying it to be, it's a fact that this is what took place. I'm here to clean that up. I'm not going to introduce you to anyone who I think is a dirty Moor or who showed me anything dirty, who I expect anything. And this brother, Justin Weaver Bay, I don't expect nothing dirty from him. So I'm introducing you to him. And he's introducing himself to you through me with my words saying, meet this brother. He's introducing himself. So he's taking it on like the same way. You know what I'm saying? That we're not bringing dirt to the other one's table. So I'm not introducing him to you. He's not one of the dirty Moors. And for what I've seen him do, all right. And from what I've seen him do, he's gotten us to a position that's very good. And I'm not going to state the whole thing, because then that's a whole nother level that I'll allow this brother to go ahead and state it, since he did it. The position his work put us in, put his people in, and he's willing to put us in, allow us to share in. But the three agreements: uplift fallen humanity, do it in love, true peace, freedom, and justice, and we don't go by slave terms. Yes, ma'am.
Um, you know, when this type of information is presented, um, these questions always arise, and the same stigma that has been placed is like, if it's a such thing as a dirty Moor, there's a such thing as a clean Moor, right? And I just said out of Galatians 5:22, the fruits of the Spirit, and we must search each other by our fruits. So if you come over here and you eat good, and we invite someone new to the table who's also bringing a plethora to be served at the table, then wouldn't it not be someone that also has the same fruits of spirit that we have magnetically attracted into one another's cipher? You know what I'm saying? And so I just wanted to say that. And also, with all the questions, would it not be easier to test the theory? Now, we was just talking about scientific methods and testing theories and asking questions. But in the process of asking questions, what are you doing with the information that is being provided to you as an answer to your question? Is it formulating a new question, or are you allowing the information to digest into your system so it could be understood through your own study and research? Or are you taking on too much information at one time that your wires get crossed because you already have a set standards and beliefs? So it's like the body trying to fight off a virus. It's a foreign entity which has entered into your system, which is called knowledge and information. And that knowledge and information is creating change because the frequency has to change in order for you to hear the message. So, because you are hearing the message, you keep coming back. That's a good thing because you want to know what we know. But then, why do you want to know what we know and not put it to use or test the theory? And so I remember when I first started um, gaining access to this type of information, I began to operate like this. You say I could do that? Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, I should be able to say that and they going to understand me? Oh, let me see. And I went out and I did it. And I showed myself approved because I tested the theory. If I'm supposed to be able to do this and say this, and I should be confident in saying this, and I see the reactions of people when I speak to them, they have respect for me and they have high regards for me. They're not just gonna disrespect me for no reason. I ain't giving you no reason to do that. And I look you in your eye. You got to look me in my face and do me wrong. So we have to be in proper persona. So I was like, okay, I say that all the time. What does it mean? I know what it means, but what does it mean? So you hear my cat, Kaliko. She is so loud. Proper persona is for oneself or in one's own person. So when you are being in proper persona, then you are not operating out of the mind of what someone else told you was. And Elia, you made a good point in stating about the reparations. You know, um, those who have already received reparations and why it doesn't make any sense for people to think that they're going to get reparations, and the fact that the people in the city, local, state, and federal government, they're laughing. They think it's funny. It's comical to them that they can tell you that you're black and you act black and you're proud. And damn it, I'm not giving up that time. I'm black. I'm black and I'm proud. Say it loud. So you said to operate in trust is to own nothing and control everything. And that all goes back to trust. To operate in trust is to have or to own nothing and control everything. So the trust is in control, which it is not a breathing, living entity. You can't kill it. It can't die. You can't write a death certificate or a birth. It has, it just it can't die. It's indefinite. You have to write yourself out of a trust. Literally, you have to put in work to write yourself out of a trust. So I want that life where I could put everything in the trust. I don't want anything. I never understood that at a certain point in my life when people would say, I don't want anything. I have everything I need. And all things that I need will be provided for me in abundance. And in I'm ready to receive as I stand in the position of acceptance. And the being in the position of acceptance is also to be in a humbled position because your hands are upright, exposed. I have nothing. So, yeah. So that's how I get through tough times. Is that right there? I know and I understand that everything that I need will be provided for me, and I always have enough. Even when it looks like I could be going out of my mind, oh my God, and I have to calm myself down and get back to that. And so, back to the point of testing the theory. People are afraid to find out that it's true. They afraid that all this time they've been wrong and not and can't get right. You know what I'm saying? So I have to admit that I was wrong. All that arguing I did instead of just humbling oneself. We all have a 0 point. We all have a first day or first time, a first experience of something. There was a time you did not know how to brush your teeth. There was a time you did not know how to tie your own shoes. There was a time you didn't know how to grip the zipper, hook it, and zip it up. You had to learn those things. You didn't know how to crawl initially. You didn't know how to walk, even run. You got to learn how to run, even though you've mastered the skill of walking. One foot goes in front of the other. But when you running, it's a whole different story because now you got to work on your breathing. Running is about your breath. So, we're a whole system within a system. And we don't even know how to operate our first system. So, therefore, it is easy for us to be operated by a system outside of self because we are not operating within self. Test the theory. Question after question after question, week after week. I ain't saying ask your questions. Please ask questions. If you do not understand, ask the question. There is no such thing as a dumb or stupid question. Because if you don't know, you don't know. And it's better to ask what you don't know than to assume and give people the wrong information, right? Leading people into a burning building. This is what we have become accustomed to. So it's easy because we've learned how to put on a face. You're welcome, Brother Jesse. It's easy to put on a face and pretend that you understand. And then you take your own twisted and warped ideas and put it and mix it with good, righteous information, dilute it and taint it, and then spray it all over people. How dare you? And you will pay for that dearly. When you put yourself in a position of an instructor or teacher, a leader, then you're expected to behave in that manner and to lead people in the right way, not astray. And if you're leading people astray, you will pay. Per. You understand that? You know what I'm saying? I had to talk to the people in the back because they be talking about period. You know what I'm saying? And I just wanted to make sure you get it. So, um, the topic has been phenomenal. Um, I'm excited to hear and see and meet the Sun Star Justin Weaver Bay, and hear what he has to say. I'm delighted if he is willing to accept our offer and invitation to come on to edify um, this platform as we are ready to move forward. You know, it's been a long time coming, and it's like everything is beginning to make sense. And I don't believe in coincidence. I believe everything happens at the time that it is supposed to happen, as long as we're in the right position. Because a lot of people miss the bus. They may have gotten there late on a different bus, but then they missed the train, right? So, who knows when we'll come back around? You know, because we chug along, and we stop when we're supposed to, and we rest, and we stay where we're supposed to stay, and we leave when we're supposed to leave, moving forward. So, I love where we're at. I love what we're doing, and I'm excited about um seeing the formation. We're in formulation process. We have been in the formulation process for some time, but now we're coming into the formation. You know what I'm saying? We built and we've done a lot of things, and we have shown ourselves as relevant, significant, and worthy to be trusted, you know? And so I learned so much through experience, of trust. I I'm a fan. If there was a fan club for trust, I would be right there. I would be like, trust, trust, trust with my
Trust.
I would be right there. Hey, welcome. I be the hey, come on in. I be the door greeter. I wouldn't the least of jobs. The least of them. You don't even have to know my name. I'm here to serve. That's it. I don't want anything. I want the people to be elevated in their birthrights because they know who they are. You must know who you are in order to have what you want. And what you want is to be free, free from a system that has subjected the people to involuntary servitude indefinitely. Because even in your death, they still living off your birthrights. They collecting all the booty. Physically, metaphorically, I want to say theoretically, capturing all the booty. And so I ain't even gonna go there. I was gonna leave it so much just so everybody getting the BBL.
Oh, heavens no. The theory. theoretically would be the thought.
Yes.
And so the theoretics would even come first, the thought of who you are and of being free, and the thought of you from the creator to here, and your position from that. If the creator put you here, what gave anyone else the right to subdue you? And isn't it ugly that you subdued yourself within their mess so that you can be in the position that you were in? And so for what was not told about Moorish science and the Moorish Science Temple, this is what Moorish science is about being in that trust from the creator. So I looked up your word, Jesse. NARC is a group of distinguished professionals from across the country with outstanding accomplishments in the fields of law, medicine, journalism, academia, history, civil rights, and social justice advocacy. Let me show you something. In the field of law, honestly, by the way the system is set up, these people have accomplishments in the field of legalese, not law. They don't operate in law. They operate in statutes and codes. So they can't talk to us about law. They don't know what law is. They don't operate from the supreme law of the land, which is a treaty. So they don't know what law is. They go by codes and statutes. That's legalese. That's where they mess us up. Medicine. We don't deal in medicine. We deal in health and natural health, homeopathic stuff. We deal with stuff like that. So we don't deal with medicine. Journalism is just reporting, but how many honest journalists are there today? Academia. They have something in the world where they say, who is smarter, the aboriginal, the indigenous man, or the professor in the college? And the indigenous man, the aboriginal, wins that. Who is the smartest one? Who is the more intelligent one? History. History is a lie. If you keep telling me about 1492 and that's where you started from, and now you're telling me that your outstanding accomplishments, and then we talk about history, and you start in 1492 for me and my people, you lying. So where's your outstanding accomplishments when you're not even dealing with the whole truth? Civil rights. Martin Luther King said, I walked my people into a burning house. Wasn't that civil rights? So what am I going to use NARC for to talk anything about me? I didn't get to look up the NCOBRA. But just by going by NARC, why would I use any of that with all of this that I'm saying that goes against what NARC is supposed to be about? But because we don't comprehend what is going on in this world, we read stuff like this and we think it's great, but we don't know the trueness of it. Most people are going to read that and say, oh, in the fields of law. When I tell them it's legalese, they don't understand the difference, the real difference between the law and the legalese. And this is the part that we are trying to get us to see, that we have to recognize. Medicine and health, homeopathic, are two different things. Academia, what they teach you in college is different than you edifying yourself, your family edifying themselves. These are different things that we utilize in order to get at ourselves. History, one big lie. Civil rights, burn down the house with it. Why would we use these type of things to identify ourselves or to legitimize? Why would we use any of this to legitimize ourselves when we don't need none of it? When all of it has already proven itself to be against us. See, this is the difference in what we're talking about. And what is more grassroots than any of us? When you start talking about grassroots, you're going to tell me Star Christina and I, we don't represent grassroots? So in your comment where you were saying about grassroots, we're right here. And then you say they only talking about it now because we've been speaking on it at the grassroots. I don't know what you was doing in 2015. That's when I got really introduced to this Moorish way of thinking. By 2017, see, I'm one of the people who helped you all speak about it in the grassroots. Because I came out on Facebook saying, hey, look, either we a Moorish nation or we not. And I'm getting tired of these sheiks and them telling us all of this stuff and nothing getting done. So see, I came out in 2017 talking like that to the sheiks and to the Moors. And that's when I'm not dealing with nobody. I'll get it on my own. And then I started meeting other people until I met Brother Justin Weaver Bay. See, I started meeting all the different sheiks and stuff and talking to them and going to their different temples and meetings and stuff. But this is I don't want to say it the wrong way, but he is the only brother who sat down and put the puzzle together. He's the only one who was able to see through everything and put the puzzle together. So as I promised us, we're coming together to build our own nation and our own government. There are other people out there working who I said we would bring in as they got, and he's right. So now he's here. So now we're going to listen to him. And it's not about argument. It's about listening to him so we can duplicate what he has done. And he has no problem with it. The only thing is, when we do it, it is the Moors who have the treaty, and it is the Moors who will run it. So if you're not a Moor but you understand what we're saying and you're coming to us for safety, then understand it's like you're a United States citizen. We make the law, you follow it. We make the law, you enact in it. But you don't come arguing with us about the law. And we're making the law for everybody. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. That's what we want for ourselves. And we have to build this for ourselves. And that means everybody benefits from us operating in love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. There's no way. No way we could build it that way, and everybody doesn't benefit. So this is who we are, Brother Jesse, and this is how we're doing it to everyone. And we appreciate you all for being here, and we hope that you tune in next week and you come get some more, and you listen to this brother, and you come get some more. And then his name is Justin Weaver Bay. Wouldn't it be nice if you tried to friend him on Facebook? This way, before next week, you can hear him talk and see him demonstrate. You can talk to him on your own without me. Yes, that's exactly what it is. You can talk to him on your own without me. He'll talk to you. He's not going to waste his time talking to you. But he'll talk to you like, yeah, I got something. This is what it is. This is how you get involved. You're going to have to be a part of a Moorish science temple. You're going to have to do this. You're going to have to do that. He's going to tell you. Ain't no shame. Even when we built the Third World Order and stuff, I said it was done on the authority given to us through Prophet Noble Drew Ali. Everybody should have heard me say that. It says it in any of the documents that we wrote. It is done through the authority given to us by Prophet Noble Drew Ali that was established through the Moorish Science Temples of America. Any of the documents that I wrote say that about what the movement that we've been doing, Third World Order, Mexican Trust, Supreme Ma'at, all that, and they all say the same thing. This is just bringing it home. And this is just going to solve a lot of the problems that people are going through as far as your personal endeavors in your lifestyle and paying bills and stuff. That's all that this is going to do by getting with this brother and solidify the fact that this is our nation and our land. And now we're in control of it. And now we're governing it. And this is where we need you. In 2015, I was watching Hidden Colors 1 and 2. I don't know if I seen that, and starting my own organization. Go ahead, brother. And like to know that you was doing that, like that's big ups right there. That's what you was doing in 2000. If you was putting it on that, that's even like for where you are today and what you're doing. I understand. It qualifies you. It brings you here. However, like in 99, 98, I was doing stuff too. I was doing it as a black person, African American. And guess what? They put me in jail for it because I was freeing blacks and African Americans. And I wasn't supposed to be doing that as a black and an African American myself. I knew what I was doing, but I didn't know how serious what I was doing was. Everything that I did it without the system. When they told, oh, you got to come over here and do, no, we don't. You affirmative action. When I don't do no affirmative action, and this is without knowing Prophet Noble Drew Ali's word. I wasn't taking no affirmative action loan, business loan, and stuff like that. That's a special loan for people who can't get. I feel like I have a problem because my skin and I'm black and African American and I need help because I was abused. No, I just want a business loan. I'm a man. And when I started dealing with people like that, they didn't like it. You know why? Because I was demanding the right stuff, that they treat me correctly. I just didn't put the right parameters to it. And the right parameters is my Moorish nationality. So this is where we're at today, doing it in a proper way, where I'm not being a belligerent anymore. When I tell them no, when I turn down their offers, when they, oh, well, why don't you? No, we're not doing none of that. We're going to do it like this right here because it follows the dictates of Prophet Noble Drew Ali, the Moorish Science Temple of America, and of free beings everywhere. It follows this pattern, and that's the pattern I'm taking, not the pattern of a slave. Never. I speak master, not slave, in the words of Dame Dash. I speak as a master, not as a slave. I speak in superior terms, not in inferior terms. In superior terms of myself, not in inferior terms of myself or the situation I'm in or anything that I'm dealing in. You're never better than me. You're never going to be better than me. I'm not going to lie to you to make you better than me. And that goes for every situation, everybody, and everything. I'd never give that to you. I wouldn't expect you to give it to me. So I'm not going to give it to you. So now everybody and everything, we all got to deal equal. But how I have to stand up for my equal part, or I get treated like a child. A ward of the state. When you fight, when you got the right to vote, you made yourself a ward of the state. That's where everything gets messed up at. Excuse me. Do you understand? You made yourself a ward of that. Means the state is in control of you. The state gets to tell you how to live. If you're a ward of the state, and when you got your voting rights, we made ourselves wards of the state. That's part of our enslavement. We gotta learn the lawful parts of this. I keep saying, you gotta read the law. Once you read the law, you'll see this. You'll see it in the law. That's what you did. And the reason why we're pulling out, the reason why we are rescinding every document we ever signed. And we're going to do it as a nation rather than individuals. More power as a nation than as individuals. As Owaspy says, a wise men of a nation are strong. So that's what we're doing. That's to pull everything and to make sure everybody hears their part in what it is that we're doing. And it's so they, oh, the Moors, it don't. We apologize. That's what it is. We don't apologize. We're unapologetic. But that's what it is. That's where the treaty falls. That's where the first development was. So that's where it is. That's where we're going to respect it. And we just need the rest, everybody else to come along with it. And whether you do or don't, we're putting it down. We're going to carry it through. And tomorrow we just don't want you complaining because you found yourself on the outside. That's all. How you feeling, sister? You look like you in pain. Yes?
Yeah, I'm dealing with an eyelash over here, or something in my eyes been bothering me.
Well,
And
we
maybe
had
because
a
I'm
good
tired.
night.
I had a really long day today, and I've been active and moving around literally all day. So
We can close it out
it's been
and
a
chill. We
good
did
talk,
good.
a good session, good episode,
Yes,
episode
ma'am.
20.
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. So thank you for everything. And I don't want to just end it like that. You just said a whole lot. Like I
We
want
could
to
go
just
on, but we could look to the end now because you're ready to go. You wanna say something? Go ahead.
okay.
But we could just start wrapping it up now as
Okay.
far as last things to say.
And I don't want it to go unnoticed the effort that you put into the ring that you have created. I like it. I think it's really good. It's awesome. Yeah. And so I could see sun stars around the world wearing that ring, um, that design. So that was nice work on that. And where did these thoughts come from? What made you do that? You know what I'm saying? What made you put that much of detail into it to get it done? You know what I'm saying?
Um, the we're always talking about bringing ourselves up and doing business and things of that nature. And so when we like everybody steals our culture, the ankh and everything else. And then we go pay them to wear what's ours. We never sit down and actually just design it ourselves and put it together ourselves and then wear it proudly for ourselves. So I ain't got no $100,000 to have no mill and to buy gold and all that and make pieces of jewelry and things of that nature. And you see, I got my wood right here to make wooden rings. And this was my first venture, first part of my venture. But I slowed it down and I just took cardboard and made me a ring in 20 minutes. And so this is nothing, you know, the index cards? That's what this is. It's the index cards. And I just took it and made a ring out of it. And the band is kind of thick. So, you know, and it's not nothing you want to get wet or anything like that. And you probably don't even want to wear it every day. But if we was all going to have a festival and be out somewhere, I would wear this. I'd make me a bracelet the same way. And I got a hole in this, my left ear. I might even make me an earring with it, the same style. And then throw them away and start over again next week. You know, if they get a little tear or something, just toss them away. And then, but if somebody wanted them, I could make those and sell them for $1 or $2. Thank you, brother. $1 or $2. And then there's other designs that I know how to put on there that I will put on there for different people or even for myself, like my Scorpio. I put a Scorpio on another one. Now I got two rings, but I made them, and I didn't go out and pay $150 just to flex in our flag. And I own this, not nobody else. This doesn't be they did this ain't made in China. This wasn't made in somebody else's manufacturing. I manufactured it in my own trust to put on my body and wear it. And so these are the type of things that we should be going into. We should have people making clothes for us. We should have a farm. Everything we should be doing for ourselves. And if I'm going to be the one to talk about industry and things of that nature, then my hands must show that industrial manner of what we can do. And so the first thing that I could do was make me that ring. And that's really not the first thing. That's why I'm hesitating to say what I'm saying right now, because I'm kind of lying saying that's the first. But to actually have it and show you is the first.
I made a crown.
I, uh, I didn't see the crown.
You didn't see my crown?
No man, what did you know what? Ah!
I made myself a crown.
A
Hold on.
tiara?
A tiara.
Ooh, with the feather. You're muted.
I gotta mute you. Okay. I put different things on here that I feel represent me. So one is a unicorn. I'm a unicorn because I'm different. I'm special and unique. Uh, I am a breast cancer survivor, thriver. I am a musician and artist, and I represent Turtle Island, the turtle people. And I think that's all of them. But this right here is my crown. I don't know how well you can see that. Okay, so it has positive words, hope, love, peace uh on here, and it has the Empire of Nubia, uh Breadwinners Association, Akshita Beta, um and if you don't know, Kevin Gates is my husband. So I represent him in everything that I do because I really feel that way about him. And I got turtles and shells, like turtle, like shell looking turtles. I think you can see too well. Turtles going all around it. So my feather hooks on. But you know what I noticed about my crown here? My headgear? It looks just like my eye. Only thing is my eye has a band and an ostrich feather that sticks up. I have mine going down. Now, if I'm correct in this, when your feathers are up, it's like war. But when your feathers are down, it's peace. And so I didn't ever realize that until here recently. I was like, oh my goodness. Because I could wear it up or down. It's just a matter of how I position the feather. But I chose to wear the feather down. So it connects to this, and this goes around my head in a certain, where all the Empire of Nubia and all of that, and my name is right up front. And then I have the white and yellow beads that I linked all together on there to cuz pink was the theme really because I'm a pinky now. And I didn't have respect for the color pink until I became a pinky. So I say pinky I'm a pinky for the pinkies. So I do it up with the pink because I represent for those who have survived and have seen the other side of breast cancer as a survivor. So I even got pins. They have these little breast cancer pins, like different little themes and stuff like that. I got socks, and I do that not because I, give cancer any credit or anything like that. It's just I know I won a battle. It's like my title belt that you can't strip from me. You know, so that's how I take it. So I thank you for hearing me out on that, and for sharing your creativity and um igniting me to share mine. And when I got We the People is on here too. So this crown was to represent my position and title of who I am, um, as my Aunt Supreme Justice, or the Supreme Justice of my Aunt. And so we're gonna play the 42 Laws of my Aunt instead of New Wave of Thinking on the way out. Um, Thank you for your time, and for those who came on to hear us. I'm sorry, I yield.
No, no, I was just gonna say the same thing, brother Jesse. Thank you for checking in. We appreciate you, man. And we're not. We appreciate you, your questions, your comments, and everything that you're doing, because it's not just you. There's 1,000 people out there. Many of them have your ideas and think just like you, and then they won't even speak. But when you speak and we get to answer, and you get the people get to weigh that on their own, and they get to see it for themselves. And that value right there can never be measured. The fact that you do that, brother. So we appreciate you, and we thank you. We thank you for your work, because at least you trying to do something positive for the people. You're working, and we appreciate that. Just we're not going to tell you to go fix a motorcycle when you need to go fix a car or a boat. And so that's how we're looking at this, and that's how we're discussing this. We're all trying to fix a train, or we're trying to fix an airplane. We're trying to fix a rocket as opposed to anything else. So we need to focus on the rocket as opposed to a jet or an airplane. We're fixing a rocket. So that's where we're going with this. And we're trying to show everybody that even though that plane flew around, we're all getting on a rocket right now. So we need to learn how to operate this rocket in its proper form. So yeah, thank everybody. Thank the creator. Thank you. We love you. Appreciate love. We play it, and we're going to get out of here. Islam, Islam, Islamism.
Whether you come now or later, be sweet about it. The 42 principles, laws, and orders of Ma'at is the baseline to understand as a matriarchal nation. Daughters of the matriarch represent mothers, grandmothers, and great-grandmothers of righteousness and truth. 42 laws of Ma'at. I will not do wrong. I will not steal. I will not act with violence. I will not kill. I will not act unjustly. I will cause no pain. I will not waste food. I will not lie. I will not desecrate holy places. I will not speak evil. I will not abuse my sexuality. I will not cause the shedding of tears. I will not sow seeds of regret. I will not be an aggressor. I will not act guilefully. I will not lay waste to the plowed land. I will not bear false witness. I will not set my mouth in motion against any person. I will not be wrathful and angry except for a just cause. I will not copulate with a man's wife. I will not copulate with a woman's husband. I will not pollute myself. I will not cause terror. I will not pollute the earth. I will not speak in anger. I will not turn from words of right and truth. I will not utter curses. I will not initiate a quarrel. I will not be excitable or contentious. I will not be prejudiced. I will not be an eavesdropper. I will not overspeak. I will not commit treason against my ancestors. I will not waste water. I will not do evil. I will not be ignorant. I will not blaspheme Neru, the one most high. I will not commit fraud. I will not mistreat children or animals. I will not defraud a temple's offerings. I will not plunder the dead. 42 principles of law and order of Mayat. You see, this is the declaration of innocence when you stand in the day of judgment and your heart is judged to be as light as a feather. Will you pass the test? Have you withstood the laws of Mayat? 42 laws of Mayat. I love that song. I really do. That's got to be one of my favorites right now.
Say that. Say
I
that
said
again.
I really love that song. That's got to be one of my favorites because of what it means, and it didn't take for me to think of anything. I just said what was already written and put it to a beat, that made sense to how I was feeling it, at the time. And that end part, that I didn't even plan for that. That just came out like that, and I was like, okay, because it was like this is relevant information, and it needs to be clear, you know, uh, to be received. So yeah, I really like that because it helps me to remind myself as I hear that song uh, to keep a light heart, that I am not doing these things. You know, I can say those things out of my mouth and not feel like I have something to hide, like you were saying earlier. You know what I'm saying? You had said something reference to uh, basically like throwing a rock and holding your hand type deal. When it comes to I done forgot my thought now. Look, so I'm tired. It's been a long week. My body hurt. My eye hurt. I just need to go and get myself together
Yes, ma'am.
tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
You
you.
do that, side star. You deserve it. Go and rest yourself. You gotta run your daughters around tomorrow and all of that. Oh wait, happy holy day. Happy holy day. So
Happy
and
Holy Day.
not to drag it on, but that's something else we're gonna realize. We have 3 holidays without talking to the federal government. We have Friday Holy Day, Sunday is Father's Day, and Monday is Mother's Day. Every 52 times a year. And we did this without talking to the federal government. We didn't ask their permission for these. They didn't have to recognize us. No, this is what we said we wanted, and now it is. Boom, done. That simple because it's us in our way. That's all we doing, people. We having fun. Every day is a party for me. Come on and join my party. Go lay down, side star. Make yourself feel better.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Y'all have a good night. Thank you.